Thank you. Okay, we recess the closed session. City Attorney, did we have any reportable action during the Selma City Council special meeting that started at 4:30?
No, nothing to report.
Thank you. With that, we will open we already adjourned, but we can, do you need us to adjourn for the record?
It was adjourned at 5:39.
Right, 5:39. Do you need us to re-adjourn, City Clerk, or are you good? Okay. With that, we will open the Selma City Council regular meeting, September 16th, 2024. It's 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming out tonight. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is from Pastor Chad Thompson of the First Christian Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Join me in prayer. Holy and compassionate God, we gather this evening as a diverse group of voices. We pause to reflect on our responsibility to the welfare of our city. God, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. May our discussions tonight be marked by respect and a shared commitment to the common good. May we approach this evening with open minds, listening ears, and compassionate hearts. May you guide us to make thoughtful and just decisions, ensuring that the voices of all members of our community are heard and valued. Help us to set aside personal preferences and focus on the needs of the residents of Selma. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities, remind us of why and who we serve. May our decisions today reflect justice, fairness, and compassion. Grant us clarity of thought and unity of purpose as we work together for the progress and well-being of all the residents in Selma. Grant us the strength to face challenges, the courage to embrace new ideas, and the wisdom to act with integrity and fairness. We pray all of this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions. To better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation, items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. Notice to the public at this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and direct all their comments at the city council. At this time, would anyone like to step forward and have any oral communications? Come on up, sir.
Hello, Ray Anthony Carpio. I live at 1216 Rose. I live, it's a condominium complex, and it's 1216 Rose. It's right in the middle of a country club lane and dockery. In the years past, we've had the sanitation department has dumped our trash in the alley, but with the new sanitation department, they're now dumping our trash in the front. Now we have to take our trash cans all the way around, all 1, 2, or 3 of them, or we can leave our trash cans.
Carpio, you're beating us to the punch tonight. We have an agenda item involving Mid-Valley And it will be an update on the trash collection procedures. If you don't mind hanging out a few more minutes,
Okay.
it should be coming up here pretty quickly.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else with any oral communications on an item not on the agenda?
Jim Avenel, 1701 Dinuba. I have a quick question. The old Sun-Made warehouse off the railroad tracks, I noticed it's up for sale. Is the city looking at it to purchase it? Just throwing it out there for future plans for sports thing for the kids. You know, it's big enough. It's pretty big. It's got a big warehouse inside, structure wise, plenty of parking. I have no clue what they're asking for. But is the city looking into that or future plans? I just throwing it out there. Thank you.
Anybody else with oral communications at this time? We have anybody on the phone or online? We have someone else who would like to say something.
Hi, my name's Kelly Guerra, 2145 Cypress Street. I wanted to talk about graffiti. As far as my fence and 3 of my neighbors, we got graffitied a couple weeks ago and
Wait. Ms. Guerra, we have it as an agenda item
do?
tonight.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
graffiti abatement. Thank you. Seems like it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to, I brought this up before, but the old Weed and Seed building would be an awesome place to put a substation to do a collaboration between PD and sheriffs. The Weed and Feed used to be actually it was a substation through the Weed and Feed program many years ago, and that eliminated a lot of crime because they're right there. So I don't know how the police chief feels about it, but it's an awesome idea since you can be right there when there's issues with the gangs over there, you know, Nebraska apartments, all those areas there. So I wish, you know, for you guys to consider that and put it to use. I mean, it just sits there empty. Plus, there's a lot of cars that drive by really fast by the school, you know. You don't even have speed bumps and it's a school. Can you imagine? At least if you have a substation and people know, they'll be more careful when they're going by there. So just a thought, an idea. I know it won't cost you anything. Maybe a desk or a couple of desks and whatever equipment they need, but let's put some of our space to use. Let's not just let it sit there wasting away, you know. That's just my idea. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment at this time? Anybody on the?
Brian Ceballos, Selma resident. I want to address Bev Cho because she had a statement today to say. She wanted to apologize to her family for what's being said on social media. For a split second, I really thought she would apologize to us, the citizens, because we're the ones that deserve it. I mean, look at all the damage that these guys done. She says that we're saying that false things, that it hurts the
Hold on.
family.
Can we not have comment? We have members of the public making oral communications. Very rude to be interrupting someone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, please.
Thank you. That we're saying false things, it hurts the family, and to be fair. If anything, you guys haven't been fair to us, so how does that make sense? To do our research, that maybe it's not true, but this is how you guys vote. This is things that are being said, things that are being done. So how is that false? Does that make sense? I hope it does. That the 3 of you have done so much. John Trujillo, Bev Cho, Blanca Mendoza Navarro have done so much and there's so much growth. What growth? I don't see anything around. Everything's still stagnant. There's no new homes. Amber Woods is still, like Jim said, the golfers are still out there digging their hole. So what is there to look forward to? Downtown's still a mess. There's no lights, there's no speakers. I was actually looking at a recent video about 7 months ago by the way, 7 months ago, that it was an agenda item for downtown speakers, lights, all that good stuff. 7 months. I'm pretty sure it's gone longer than that. And this is just the time that I've been here since January, like I said. I always come with an open mind. Like I said, I came here in January, didn't know anything that was going on. And for the record, nobody tells me what to say. Nobody tells me what to do. I'm my own person. I'm my own boss, unlike the three of you. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody online or on the phone?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature. For the caller calling in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The okay, do we have one more? Do you have one more comment on a topic that's not on the agenda? The animal shelter is not on the agenda tonight. Okay. Got you. Well, I'll be pulling off the check register and asking about that same item and then opening it up to the public as a agenda item, right? Because it's a consent item. And if it has to do with the dogs, the public could weigh in on that item.
If it's specific questions about.
What
the-
I'm asking about.
If they have comment, they should do it during public comment.
And let her do it
Yeah,
now.
go ahead now. Do it now.
Kelly Guerra, 2145 Cypress Street. I want to know where all the info is being posted on all dogs and cats up for adoption since January 2024. All shelters have the page of all info on dogs and cats from the time they come in, on intake date, animal ID, neutered, breed, age, and it's posted on the page site. You don't need to go Googling for the dog's info pictures. We have no idea how many dogs and cats that are there. No pictures, nothing since January 2024, or who's being euthanized or the reason. They have space, so why are they being killed? Are dogs from Kingsburg, Feller, Selma? Where are they? Carrie has been here once in the last month to give us a status, so many questions, like how many dogs are being put down and what are names. She had nothing to give us, supposed to come back in 2 weeks with the info, which was 2 weeks ago, but she didn't. She claims she was sick. So why didn't she send other ladies who work there with info or send to city manager through email? So you could speak on it here. Wasn't that your main issue with Second Chance, Fernando, that you claimed you didn't get yet the info, yet you did get it from them and they showed up to these meetings? Plus, no dogs are supposed to be put down unless sick. Remember, city manager, you hired them and I blame you, along with Trujillo, Cho, and Navarro. Now I see that someone has been trying to post and is trying to post dogs on site called 24 Connect. Still no details or direct page. No misters during the summer, yet on their page, they tried to put Channel 30 News like they're being posted as something that they were being honored in regards to, but it was only because of my post about no misters being on. I think that's very deceitful, and the only reason why the story came out because of my posting. Now dogs had nothing on to keep them cool. Again, you lie. So that's what I would like to say. I want to know where are the dogs? What are you doing within your day? Why are you not picking up the phone? Where is the, there's dogs, I'm getting called constantly. I'm disabled, but that I used to help with all these dogs. I'm constantly being called on it. I had someone call me stating they wanted to adopt a dog, but they could not find the pictures on the website. You go to SPCA, you go to Fresno Humane, you will find the dogs, intake dates. You have within 3 days, they come in, you put your intake date, the date they came in, where they came in. You put the dog breed, you put the age, you put if they're neutered. There's nothing on Selma City Animal Shelter, nothing. Then some 68-year-old lady posted that she needed help with the dogs that were in her yard. She called for help. They told, the shelter told them to call Selma PD. Selma PD said they could not help them. So who's handling these dogs? What are they doing?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Reminder to the public, no, please don't reference city employees themselves, reference the position, not individuals. Council's fair game, we ran for this, but just please reference the city council. Do we have any other oral communications at this time?
Mayor, just for purposes of public information, so the city's website contains links to pages that will help local residents connect with animals that we have at the shelter. There's a link to Petco Love Lost. There's our Facebook and Instagram pages that are linked to on the website as well. And photos are posted regularly on the city's social media as well with regard to pets that are adopted, events that we have such as vaccination clinics. So if you have, to the public, if you have Facebook or access to the internet, that's where you will find that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, sir.
Yes, my name is Dale Neufeld. I'm just following up. My question is on my garbage service. Is that can be addressed later?
It is.
Yes.
It sure is.
Okay, thank you.
Coming up. Wait a little longer. Anybody online? On the phone? Any comments?
To the caller ending in 657, please use *6 to unmute your line.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, hi, Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I just wanted to ask a quick question. On the intersection there, McCall and Dinuba, when is that going to be fixed? Because those roads there, right, that intersection, it's really bad and it's only getting worse. So my question to you is, when do you guys plan on fixing that street up? Can you answer that or not?
Thank you. City manager, any update on that from Caltrans? I think city had a consultant that was working on the widening or something.
Sorry. Is the question with regard to the traffic signal or is it with regard to the roadway itself? I wasn't clear on
didn't
that.
get
It would be
clarification.
roadway.
The roadway?
Yes.
Okay, so that is part of our CIP project that we have on the books currently. City engineer do you have any more information on that CIP project?
Excuse me, yes. So the traffic signal at McCall and Dinuba itself, both east of McCall and west of McCall, are 3 different federally funded projects that are currently under design and are working through the process with Caltrans to get approval for each phase. The traffic signal just got approval through the NEPA, which is the environmental clearance that is required before we can move to a right-of-way acquisition as necessary. So that conference did happen between COG, EPA, and Caltrans, and they cleared us for an air quality question with environmental. So all 3 of those projects, like the city manager mentioned, are in the CIP and are being worked to try and be coordinated together so that they can all be constructed.
And just for the caller's benefit, is there a projected timeline on each of those 3, or is it phased in? Is the stoplight going to be first and the road improvements on east and west second and third, or what's the deal with that?
So it's a delicate balance that we're trying to work through to make sure that the construction goes from bottom up so that we're not tearing out things that are recently constructed. So yes, they're all subjected to be funded for construction in the next fiscal year. That's part of the federal funding that we work with COG and coordinate the obligation of those funds. So we're trying, our job is to try and coordinate those together so that all of that work is as seamless as possible.
Thank you. Thanks to the caller for the question. Anybody else on the phone with a question? Okay, with that, we'll bring the oral communications to a close for tonight and move on to consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items or an item they would like removed tonight from the consent calendar? I would like to remove item E, the check register. Or a motion to approve items A through D.
I'll make a
I'll
motion.
make a motion.
Okay. Sounds like first Councilmember Trujillo, second Councilmember Guerra. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, thank you. Item E, just one question, and it goes back to the last meeting. I had a question on the check register on page 81, check number 84930 to South County Veterinary. So the question I had for that a couple weeks ago would better be directed towards Director Rockhold regarding the South County Veterinary bill for 4 dogs. It appears it was euthanasia. Is that correct?
I believe it was.
Is there a reason for the euthanasia?
I think we discussed before that these euthanasia are based on thorough assessments of temperament and health, kennel stress, a lot of variables. And so not knowing exactly which dogs and which check that number is, I can't tell you exactly, but I can probably give you some idea if I know who they are.
Okay, maybe for the next meeting, check number 84930.
One more time,
Yeah, thank you. 84930, and it was on page 81.
4930.
Correct. And then it was on page 81 of the check register for the last meeting.
Got it.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other items from the check register that any council member has? Any members of the public with any questions about check register items? Anyone online or on the phone with any questions at this time, City Clerk?
Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve item E. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to our first item of regular business, which is a Mid-Valley disposal update regarding alley pickup transition to curbside, billing adjustments for specific properties, walk-in service, and customer service statistics.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. Before you tonight is the Mid-Valley disposal update regarding the alley pickup transition and billing adjustments for specific properties that was brought up in the July 1st council meeting. July 1st council asked for a 60-day update on kind of the status and where we're at with some of the complaints that came in with the rollout for the alley transition to curbside, as well as some safety areas around the schools that were brought into question. So tonight I have Mid-Valley here to give a presentation on the current stats of where we're at with that.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, Joseph Kalpikoff, Mid-Valley Disposal. As it's loading, I just want to compliment staff. We had 7 meetings with the assistant city manager and public works director and my staff as well, who's present in the room tonight over the last 60 days to discuss and go into depth and dig into the alley services, and then some issues, I think, problem accounts with McCall Village and Burger Time. So I want to thank the city for their staff was very professional, great to work with. Quick implementation update. Do I have one? Provide one to you? I like it. Okay, so we were given about 60 days to go and get into and dig down into the alleys. the three areas that we chose to dig into were obviously the schools, artillery roads, such as McCall. We did that in July. We identified those with city staff. They provided some maps of high traffic areas throughout the city. Our team went out and performed audits of traffic route adjustments, and then we looked at alley versus curbside and what would best suit the city at that point, depending on what the alleys look like. We did some focus assessments, 6 a.m., 10 a.m., 12, 2 o'clock around the schools again, the busy intersections. The city provided a map of the high traffic areas and the parcels that were affected by the change from alley pickup to curbside, so we can identify how many of those were affected. First field assessment was the Wilson School. We went out there and took one kind of right when 8 o'clock, so that's a busy time around the school. We noticed that there was a lot of parked cars around there. There was only 9 customers that have that curbside service around on Stillman. We noticed that 8 a.m. is probably not the best time. So when we evaluated that, we went back and did a 6:45, 6:30, 6:45 check-in. There were only 5 cars and 0 staff members. The next was Garfield. Again, very busy, Tulare and B Street. That's a high traffic area. Not a lot of parking on campus there. There was a lot of cars parked, a lot of passing vehicles. And we went back through at 10 a.m. and again, there was only 10 parked cars on the road and essentially no traffic. Again, this is the net, that's the same one, I think. Okay, Flora McCall, this was obviously one of the high traffic areas throughout town. There were 16 customers that are on that route that are located. And we went through and did a couple traffic studies at 6 a.m. There was primarily no traffic going on. And so that was just a sample study that we did. All of our trucks are equipped with these mobile routes. So when they get in the morning, they push start, stop. It goes to the first house on their route, and then it's sequenced throughout the entire day. So they stay on their route. They start in one spot of the city. They know when to break off, when their truck's going to be full or approximate to be full. They'll break off, go to a waste facility, and come back and finish their routes. So during this process, we adjusted all of the routes, resequenced everything, so they would hit the high traffic areas when there was a less impact to the roadways. We then sent these videos. Obviously, our trucks obviously have videos. They have videos facing the street, behind the truck, in the hopper, on the side, and then one pointing at the driver. We did blur out some of our drivers' faces for confidentiality reasons. And we sent all the data over to our Environmental Health and Safety Department in Mid-Valley, who did an assessment as well. All it was. by essentially changing some times. I think there's more. By doing the traffic studies and looking at the access to the roadway and where the least impacts would be, adjusting route times during all those zones were proved to be effective and eliminate any high traffic areas of our trucks. The next slide there was two accounts that were brought up. It was McCall Village and Burger Time. Looking at both of those accounts, what we found, and I reported this back in July, was that there was essentially 614 front loader bins that were located on the list provided to through the RFP process. As we did our audits and went through the city, we found 744 bins that were on site. Essentially almost 130 containers that were in service in your city, not on the billing, and not on the records of your prior hauler. Once we found those, we made the adjustments to those accounts, and some of them did see an increase because they weren't paying for service prior. McCall Village was one of them who was underbilled through the last service provider at 50%. Even our rates are cheaper than the last service provider. They weren't being accurately billed, and it was the same thing with Burger Time, unfortunately. We also found 248 residential homes that were being serviced by the incumbent hauler that were not on the city records or the tax rolls. That was an audit that we did with Jerome, assistant city manager, who did a fantastic job of providing data with our team. It took us about 45 days to really dig in there, walk the streets, do site assessments to make sure everything was accurate, because that's what has to be done. Now all the businesses are 100% compliant with 1383. All the recycling services have been rolled out, and those adjustments have been made. We also looked at McCall Village, and we said, this is a community, seniors within the city of Selma. What can we do? As you can see, that we are going to provide two small 32-gallon carts, a recycling cart and a green waste cart, organics cart. I know the pails were rolled out initially. We went back. I found 32-gallon carts that we had unused, a couple hundred of them. And so my team has met with the staff over there. We have some at our Kingsburg yard ready to go out when they need it, but it'll be as needed basis. If they want them, they can come get them at no cost. We'll provide those at no cost to the residents of McCall Village. And right now they currently have to go to a Home Depot or buy their own collection carts for their own individual homes. So we're going to provide those at no cost to them. Walk-in service. We currently have 5 people at walk-in service. The city has an ordinance about what qualifies for walk-in service, and those are the qualifications on the city's ordinance. Last slide. That. So just to give you a kind of broad overview of what's been happening the last, call it 60 days, 60 plus days. We've had over 125,000 residential services picked up, over 9,300 bin services serviced, 245 roll-offs. We had 18 customers call and request a free on bulky item on call. We had 26 decreases, 78 increases. These are people who were under service. They had trash flowing over onto the ground, so we increased their service. Maybe it's an extra day a week. Maybe it's a little bit taller bin. We had 74 missed picks that were called in, and then 23 recycling inquiries. Overall, it's a 99.9% success rate on collection. With that, I can open it up to questions. That's about all I have for you guys this evening. But those were the stats and the facts that when we came back and we did the studies.
One question real quick, if I could, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Could you speak real quickly, Joseph, on customer complaints or customer service call-ins in the last 30 days?
I had a meeting with my customer service manager today, and she said she can't remember the last one that came in.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking to your word and coming out 60 days later and giving us an update in the city. Much appreciated. So can the council get a copy of that presentation? Can you email that out to the council? Great, thank you. And then
I'm here for questions too. Yeah.
got it, perfect.
I'll
Why don't
be
we
up there. Sounds good.
we can open that up to the public if the council doesn't have any questions at this time. Would the public like to ask any questions at this time? The Mid-Valley? I know you two gentlemen have been waiting quite a while. Come on up.
Yes, my name is Dale Neufeld, and I'm following up with the garbage service that's been moved from the alley to the road. We are on Rose Avenue, catty corner from the hospital. And we have 12 condos that are all connected with a common wall. In order for them to get the garbage service from the alley to the front, they have to take it all the way around the block. And I was wondering if we could have that changed. The alley is commercial. There is no power lines. And we're wider than the conventional alley because we have parking spaces that are paved in the back. So the width is no problem, and it is in commercial zone. Can that be done, or who do we address that to, the city council or to the courier?
It's why we're doing what we're doing tonight.
Okay.
Have you spoken to Mr. Newpelt? Have you heard from him? Is this the first you're hearing of this? Any other questions about for Mid Valley at this time?
Yeah, Santiago Segura, 2209 Thompson. Beautiful presentation, but why didn't they do a study by the high school? You ever been by the high school in the morning? Trash cans are almost in the middle of the road because there's cars lining up the streets. I didn't see the high school mentioned. That's a big area that needs to be looked at. Also, the biggest problem was people having to bring their cans to the front. That's still an issue. I've been walking District 4. And a lot of the complaints coming from there is when people have their cars lined up in the front, there's no room to put the cans on the sidewalk. So they're putting them in front of the cars, which is almost in the middle of the street. And they asked me, I said, well, put them out there. If they're telling you put them in the front, put them out there. If you block that road, well, that's what the city wants you to do. They want you to put them in the front, but there's no room. You know, and both sides of the street are lined up. I said, where do I put it? You put it right there so they can pick it up. So anything happens, accidents or whatever, it's no longer the people's fault. It's whoever's not taking care of that. And like I said, why didn't we do a study on the high school? I go to every morning because I take my neighbor's kid to school, and I tell you what, it's like this. All the streets there are lined up, and you can see the trash cans. You know, they put them right there in between cars, but it would be hard. One of these days they're gonna run into a car or something. You know, we need to look at more than just the schools that, I think it looks like some of these schools were pre-picked where there's not that much traffic, but look at the high school. This is an example. Go over there in the morning. You know, you'll see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. The schools that were studied were Wilson and Garfield. Okay. And was there a plan to include more schools in the future? Is this a one-time study, or is this more of an ongoing rolling type of study?
So post the last council meeting, Isaac Kulikoff, Mid Valley District Manager, we did study the schools that were of high impact that were brought up at council, and there were maybe some complaints about specifically Wilson Stillman. The high school was studied as well, but it wasn't brought up as an area of concern with traffic in relationship to when we were actually, excuse me, servicing the carts, which is 1 day a week on Thursdays. Carts are brought out, they're serviced, and they're put back. The question about studying more schools, no, none of the other schools were brought up as an area of concern, so we did not go through there. But typically and historically, we don't service schools at times where people are dropping off their kids or they're coming into park. We service them either, mornings or in the midday. Low traffic area, as the video kind of portrayed.
We're in a bit of a unique situation where with the Selma High, you have homes all around and apartments all around. So that's a big one.
Correct.
And then Eric White, over on Mitchell, that's another one with a huge traffic backup because there's only one way to get in.
Right.
So those would be good areas to look at as well in the future.
I'd be happy to go take a look. I mean, we've got probably 120 to 200 minutes of footage for the purposes of the presentation, we kind of snipped it down. But we can have continued discussions on those locations for sure. To date, I haven't heard anything about them or complaints or issues with traffic, but again, we'd be happy to take a look at those additional areas.
Thank you.
No problem.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, real quick to add on to that. This has been an ongoing weekly meeting that Assistant City Manager Jerome Keene, myself, and Mid-Valley have been having for the last 6 weeks. This meeting has continued to be scheduled for the next several weeks as we move through this process. So any areas of concern are going to be brought up in those meetings, and Mid-Valley is taking footage as they're doing the pickups every day. So
And I can tell you, I'm having multiple meetings with residents every weekend and during the week with calls from people who are talking about the trash pickup. It's a big item. And so we're getting it too on the council. I can't speak for my council colleagues, but I know myself. And I know Councilmember Guerra has mentioned it too. A lot of calls and a lot of folks that are very interested in this transition and are interested in lowering the impact. So we're having them too.
just so the council knows that those meetings will continue.
Great. Thank you for that, Director. On.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinuba Avenue. I am a resident of the McCall Village Mobile Home Park, and we had a lot of concerns because of the changes in our green waste and how it was collected. And again, because we are a much older section of the community, some of our residents have trouble getting their trash cans out and that kind of thing. The trash company has been very agreeable and met with not just one or two people, but several people in our community working with us, getting trash cans that we are able to roll out without a lot of difficulty, and just meeting with us on more than one occasion to answer our questions, to explain things to us, how things have changed and what needs to be done. So I do really want to commend them for working with our community in the McCall Village Mobile Home Park and trying to make this as easy and understandable as possible for our residents.
Ray Carpio, 1216 Rose. I just wanted to add on what Mr. Newfield talked about earlier. Basically, our condominium complex, there isn't a way to cut through to take our trash. That's why we have to take it all the way around and take it all the way back. There's several females that live in our complex. We just feel it's not fair to them. They have to take either one, two, or all three of the cans all the way around and then all the way back. If we had a spot where we could, take it through, it'd be easier for them. But that's why we want to have our trash dumped in our alley once again, just to make it basically easier on everybody. We're not talking about the whole town, just our alley for now. So, but that's one of the main things is just, to take one, two, three, all three cans around and all the way back. And then, or the other choice is to keep the trash cans in our courtyards. And, as we all know, trash cans don't smell pleasant, and we like to keep our courtyards, clean and keep them up, any way we can. So that's basically what I wanted to add on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpio.
Good afternoon. My name is Mercedes Zamora, and I disagree on that Mid-Valley trash. My point of view is that you guys voted it. You guys should looked into it. You guys need to put it back on the agenda for all of us to vote on it again, because I disagree on the trash being in the alleys because in the front, because the alleys were made for that. And like I mentioned, Kingsburg has Mid-Valley and they have their trash in the alley also. And I've seen through these 60 days that have gone by that the people are leaving their trashes outside for 2 to 3 days. Their trash is in the sidewalks where people can't even walk, or the kids. And I think I disagree on that. It doesn't look good either. But the people are leaving their trashes on the street, and you guys, a lot of them haven't seen that, because I drive to work downtown every day. And I disagree that it should be put on the agenda for all of us to vote on it again. And as for some alleys to be changed from the front to the back, it should be all the alleys, not just the one, like the man said, at least his alley. They need all of them to be put back the same way. Thank you.
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. So that survey, just curious, that Mid-Valley, is that going to cost the citizens anything for that survey you just did? How many of you live in Selma? Any of you? Any of you live in Selma? Raise your hand if you live in Selma, Mid-Valley.
Just
None of
direct
you?
your comments to council, please. Thank you.
The reason why I'm saying that is because that survey was as if that was the entire city of Selma. We've been walking, knocking on doors, talking to the citizens in Selma. And let me tell you, the number one complaint is the trash cans in the front. We have veterans, we have elderly people, we have people with disabilities, we have people with you name it. And it's very, very sad that you would think Mid-Valley would just say, why did you guys even do that? Cagula rates were much lower than them. Waste Management didn't even have an opportunity because Bev Cho took her vote back. But I will say, Cagula was going to even have a office here. Waste Management wasn't going to switch their cans from the back and this is a big deal, people, a big deal. And Mid-Valley did a survey. This is to benefit Mid-Valley's workers, not the citizens of Selma. Why is this so hard? Today should have been a vote, not a discussion. Today, you think the citizens are going to call here in Selma? They know they're not going to get help. You know who they call? They call the mayor of Selma because he cares about our city. They call Councilmember Guerra. You know why? Because they care about our city. The citizens here in Selma know exactly who cares about the city. You know why? Because we signed that petition. We signed that petition. And let me tell you, a whole lot more citizens signed that petition. So I don't understand why this is so hard for Mid-Valley to go back and put those cans back in the alley, period. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos, I'm some resident. I agree with Santiago because I've also been walking with him. The Barrio, again, Bev Cho's district. A lot of the residents there, a lot of the homeowners there, you know, you name it, they want their trash back in the alleys because for one example is it's pretty much abandoned back there now and there's homeless back there. I have a cousin that lives on Park Street that she had a homeless living right behind her backyard in the alley and was using the restroom and it was smelling back there. Why? Because there's no activity, there's nothing back there going on. Like Mercedes said, you know, Kingsburg has their trash in the alley, and guess what? I don't know if anybody else knows, but I was in Wheatley recently, and they also have Mid-Valley, and their trash cans are in the alley. So why is it so difficult for us citizens here, taxpayers, to get our trash cans in the alley? I disagree with Teresa Salas. I mean, she was on the committee, right, that approved Mid-Valley. So of course they're gonna cater to her. So what about the people in the barrio? Why can't we get, you know, why can't they get the same thing for them? What makes them different than the people in the barrio? Let's not discriminate here. Let's be fair. People pay their taxes. This involves the whole community, people that live here. You guys voted against this, the three of you. Like, you don't live here, but you do live here. And I'm gonna say it again for my citizens who are listening. What is in it for you guys? What cut did you guys get from this? That's what I want to know. That's what we want to know. Because this isn't fair, and this isn't right, and this is not going to stay like this. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to remind the public that for alley rollout service, that is a free service provided from Mid-Valley. So anyone who is a veteran, handicapped, senior citizen can call customer service and report their address, ask for the rollout service, and it is a free service. I just wanted to remind the public of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Jennifer Guerra, 1364 Stillman. That alley service, is it
they're gonna pick it up from the front or from the alley itself, because I called today and they asked me to move my trash cans back to the front. I don't have a driveway. I've been fighting for this since it started, that it should stay in the alley. I'm seeing people are dumping trash back there. The reason they weren't picking up in the alley was because of safety reasons. The previous trash company picked it up. We didn't have any problems there. The wires in my alley are on the left side, so there should be no problem to that. So I'd like just to ask the city council to please go back to where we were and continue collecting the trash in the alley just as it was before. If something isn't broken, why fix it? The other comment was, the last time I was here was, well, where are all the people that are concerned about this? Well, nowadays they go by internet. They don't necessarily show up. You know, you could tell it's a younger generation. They don't show up sometimes, but they're listening. So please, let's go back to where it was. Let's go back to continuing picking up the trash back in the alley. Thank you.
Hello, Robert Clifton. Same thing, just as the other citizens are talking about. My perspective is the trash cans out, we're kind of junking up the town. People come from other cities, they come to our neighborhoods. There's a bunch of trash cans, got nice clean alleys, but these trash cans are kind of getting left out there on top of the lack of parking. I know the presentation was nicely done, but these are working neighborhoods. So when these trash trucks are coming through, all the people have left their houses already. They already put their cans out for pickup. But during the nighttime hours, when they set their can out, usually at night before they go to bed, I've been noticing, you know, there's a lot more cars parked on the grass. I've seen a number of cars parked in alleyways. And then sometimes during daylight hours, you see cars parked on sidewalks. None of that should be acceptable. Looks like, makes our town look second class. I speak on behalf of myself and other people that own property around here and other people I've talked to. And I think the consensus is we all want the trash back in the alleys where they belong, where it was designed, where it's been for some of these neighborhoods for 100 years. Just leave it back there as it's always been. So, thank you.
Jim Avalon, 1701 Dinuba. I agree. Put them back in the alleys. There's several reasons. Because when you put them on the street, kids come home and for health issues, the containers are either open or germs are flying in the air, and it's not safe for the kids coming home from school. Becomes a health issue. You know, and it's kind of common sense to do things like that to help the public. The other issue I have is the service. You know, I manage, 2 shopping centers, and the biggest complaint I have is they're charging for recycling. You know, before the other 2 agencies before did not charge, and they charge all the tenants what they call a lock, which is I had to call on it and question that. And what it was a bar that goes across the trash can that closes the lid. And they said, that's a lock. We're going to charge you extra. There's no lock on it. How do you charge? The last 2 groups didn't do that. And as far as the recycling, before they used to pick them up in the 2 days a week. Now it's down to one day a week, and it fills up very quickly. And you know, the sad thing about it, the tenants are getting charged for this service. Before it was, free, because the recycling is it's a win for them. It's not a win for the tenant, and they're just doing their part to recycle. And the other issue I have is, the trouble is they're not very happy. The tenants are very, because they're charged, all these hidden charges they're being hit with. And the last two groups weren't that way. And before this gentleman got up here and he says, well, it's all gonna be the same for the next 2 years. Well, apparently it changed very quickly. So, I would ask Mid-Valley to take a look at these things. And as also for the McCall Village, it's a residential area. They should be given trash cans to the citizens, their residents. They're not commercial. They should be given trash cans to all those tenants, not big ones, small ones, they've been okay. And as far as the other large tenant in the commercial, we had issues with we had the organic material. All my tenants in the shopping center got this can for organic, and they're all offices. They're gonna put paper, not any items.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment?
Good evening. My name's Lori Perez. I live at 2335 Park Street in Gaynor, right on the corner. My problem is having the trash cans in the front is, I get everybody's trash from the block up because they don't bag their trash. So when the trash truck comes and dumps them, it flies and it ends up in my yard because I'm in the corner. So I have to be picking up trash every day or on Mondays when I get home from work. And that's every week. So when it was in the alley, I would only do it on Saturdays, not on my work day. So I have a problem with that because people don't bag their trash for the gray can for the landfill. So it just comes into my yard. And the cars go by, it blows it into my yard. And that's my issue with that, having the cans in the front and also cans being out practically in the middle of the road. And they leave them out there for days. When I get home, I bring it in. That's my issue. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Kelly Guerra, 2145 Cypress Street. My question is basically to Mid-Valley. When I was telling them that I was disabled and that I could not pick up my trash can, push it to the front, I had spoke to to Isaac and to Rodolfo. Rodolfo's been great. He told me to contact him with anybody else that needed help. Well, my sister is someone that needs help. They've been picking up her trash can from the alley, but she got a call this weekend. She was barely able to get back today. And now she spoke with Peter, who's asking her to put her trash can back in the front. Well, she cannot do that. If you're a veteran, disabled, you have a placard, she does have that placard. So why are they changing it now? They did not give her a good reason why she has to go back to pushing the trash can in the front when they've been picking it up from the alley now. She's across from Wilson in the middle of the street. So I'm sure it's inconvenience for them to walk around and push the trash can, or if they go through the alley, I don't know. But the other thing was, so I'd like to know what changed in the last few months. Why are they asking her to do that now? And she is disabled and has a placard. So I don't understand why you're coming back and saying something different. Other thing is there's neighbors that, their trash is also flying in my yard because some people can't afford trash bags. So the trash is, the lids are being flipped up or they're being thrown on the side in the front. And I live by the high school and by the cemetery. So we need to put the trash cans back in the alley where they were and continue that and go back to getting a vote on this because this needs to be changed. Just like Kingsburg did, we need to do the same. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone who would like to make a comment or have a question for Mid-Valley?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For the caller that is called in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. That
I
will
could-
bring the matter back. Director Han, did you have a comment?
If I could, real quick, yeah, I'd just like to address a couple of the public comments. Just so the public knows, Cal Recycle is very involved in this new program. It is being forced statewide, and myself, as well as Thomas Hammond from Mid Valley and my assistant Sylvia Luna, spent Thursday about 2 hours driving around the city of Selma with the two representatives from Cal Recycle. We were opening dumpsters, looking in and dumpsters at the shopping centers, as well as carts along the residential areas to see if we were in compliance. I can tell you that we're far from compliant with what Cal Recycle is requiring the city and all the municipalities within the state of California to conform to. And so part of the process with Mr. Avila's comment about locking bins and that sort of thing, that is new protocol that is put in place to try to avoid having cross-contamination and to make sure that the city is in compliance with Cal Recycle's requirements. So there is change that is happening, and I understand change is difficult, but this is stuff that I want the citizens of Selma to understand. The city of Selma is not just mandating that we make all these changes. A lot of these are coming from a state level. So with that change, there's going to be no new protocol put in place. And I know that Mid Valley is more than willing to to answer questions from anybody that has concerns if they call the customer hotline and just talk to somebody. But there is change happening. So I want everybody to understand what was not being enforced previously by the previous hauler is being enforced now by state law from Mid Valley. And those are the new protocols that the city has to follow. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does council this is an information item. Would council like to make any comments?
My apologies, Mayor Robertson, there is one hand raised now.
Okay, let's hear from this person.
Hi, caller ending in 657. If you can press *6 to unmute your line. Your line is open.
Hello?
Hi,
Can you hear
caller.
me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Yes, Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. Yes, I was calling in because I've been hearing, all the citizens saying that, the trash is a problem there in the, in the front. And I agree with the gentleman that said that not everything was looked at. The west side of Selma, which is the Barrio side of Selma, there's a lot of issues over there. Because now that the trash cans are in the front, there's a lot of junk dumping back there, a lot. And there's homeless living in the back. They're pooping, they're urinating, and it's really bad. And I invite all of you, Mid Valley Council, I want you to go back there between Park Street, between Knoll Street, I believe it is, and Park Street, behind Gelardo's Bakery back there. That's now a new Selma yard dump. I'm not kidding. If you go back there, you're going to find appliances thrown. You're going to find paper, it's like a dump. Everybody's going back there and dumping their stuff. So, I highly suggest, like I said, have a look, drive through the alleys, and you're going to see how bad it is. Now, this new regulation that came up that Mid Valley's talking about, why are we making the change now? Where is that at that we can see? I want to see that from the state. It wasn't an issue with the state before when Waste Management was, when they were our company servicing our city. Why is it a change now? And again, if there is a change, mail that change to us. We'd like to see it. That's just my thought on that. But like I said, I encourage you to go out there so you can see for yourself that it's not a good appearance out there. Doesn't look good. Also, the cars that are parked in front of the houses, we asked one of the residents there because we were campaigning, where do you put your trash cans? They said in front of the car. Mid Valley picks them up in front of the car. Is that going to be a liability if one of those cars get hit? My question to you also. So this is not thought out right. You know, like I said, give it time before you make a decision, before you follow these state laws, regulations that we haven't seen, and just give it more time. Give it more time, but let's make a decision. It's always talk. Let's just take action already. That's all we do. We're good at talking, but we're not good at taking action. And that's just my thought on that. Thank you.
Any more callers on the line? Any comments?
Represent, those are all the hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does council have any comments before we move on to the next agenda item? This is a informational item. Anybody with a comment at this time?
I do. I have a comment. I represent District 3, and for those folks that are here, are in the District 3, and I continue to get the complaints from individuals that they want their garbage picked up back in the alleyways. And there are some serious issues, and I'm glad to see that you guys did do some adjustments, but I'm disappointed that you didn't come back and say that we could do some pickup in the alleyways for these areas that are a concern, especially with the schools. And I have to say, I agree with the citizens. 2 schools doesn't clarify all the problems. What about Washington School? What about Eric White? What about the high school? What about ALMS? I mean, there's a lot of more, there's so many more issues. And I was hoping that there was going to be some resolution today that made our citizens happy. I think we're back in the same boat because they're disappointed. They're upset. They want things back the way it was. And I don't see why we can't go back to the alleyways. I mean, it was done before. We've had 2 trash haulers that were able to do it. And what's the issue now? The other thing is, I'm getting complaints from a lot of the folks that have, again, they're on my district, the A, B, C streets that have alleyways, that are saying they're seeing a lot more homeless, drug dealers, people doing things that shouldn't be doing back there because now guess it's a free-for-all. So it's disappointing. It's very disappointing. And I have to say that I sit in another board with a colleague from Kingsburg that has stated they went through the same issues and their citizens fought for their trash to be put back in the alleyway. So why are we not an exception? Why is City of Selma not an exception? Obviously Kingsburg did, obviously now Reedley. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board. I'd like to go back and say, we need to give you guys a little more time to come back and make some adjustments. The other thing is, you mentioned that the previous hauler wasn't billing certain households. Well, certain households received a bill and they had to pay waste management. Not everything was in their tax roll, like some of us. So I'm confused where you said they weren't being billed.
So when we took the billing that Waste Management directly billed, and it's for everything that was post July 1st, they start date, until they can get added to the roll following year, right? That's that list that Waste Management billed, and then the city had a billing list. There was 250 that were not accounted for. And that's a fact.
So you're saying 250 residents,
248, exactly.
248 residents
Yeah,
were not paying their bill?
and 130 commercial dumpsters as well. And that's a fact.
Okay.
And Kingsburg does have curbside recycling. Every single home has the blue card on the curb.
Yeah,
For the
just to recycle.
Yeah.
but their trash and their,
Every alley is maintained by the city and paved, and then they pay an extra charge for that.
mhm,
And it's back too.
okay.
It's a-
What I'm saying is,
And that was done by regulation of Cal Recycle when we implemented in 2015.
okay,
It's the contamination of the blue card.
but
Had
if-
it happened recently
Mhm.
with the organics legislation that just passed, there's going to be a conversation of how we monitor the contamination in the alleys. But each home has a recessed wooden built-in garbage cart area at every house, and they're pulled out, dumped, and put back in. It's not it's the infrastructure in Kingsburg was designed for solid waste collection. The alleys are maintained for commercial vehicles. It's different. That's the second issue that I think that we maybe didn't touch tonight. That was, and I'll kick that back to the city.
And I'd like to touch on that just briefly, Joseph, if I could. Councilman Member Guerra, I want to take you back if you can. When we first started having this discussion, City Engineer David Horn got up and spoke about our road rehabilitation maintenance program and our alley maintenance program. Those are two things that he's been working on for a couple of years now, getting that put together. Our current structural sections and our alleys are not built to handle a 80 or 90,000 pound truck. So all of the people, all the citizens of Selma, I think you can all agree that our alleys are potholed. They're terrible. They're terrible to try to drive down. The biggest reason for that is because of the traffic from those heavy vehicles. They are not built to withstand those commercial traffic. As Joseph said, Kingsburg's infrastructure is designed to handle that heavy of a load on those alleyways. If we wanted to do that, you're talking about shifting into a CIP mode where your CIP programs to rehabilitate those alleys are double or triple in cost to be able to mandate letting a commercial vehicle of that weight down those alleys. The other thing in question here is that Mid-Valley mentioned when they started this contract, they are using the new clean air vehicles. Those vehicles are 13 to 15 inches taller because of the apparatuses built on the top of the box, to where when they go down the alleys where Waste Management's trucks were standard diesel operating vehicles, they were able to clear a lot of those wires that Mid-Valley is having conflict with now. And we had spoken earlier council meetings about the fact that Public Works has gone through and looked at these alleys, and that the PUC companies, AT&T, PG&E, they're as high up on the pole as they can get. The problem is the alley's only 20 or 25 feet wide, and it goes from a pole way up here and it drops down to a roof that's only 10 or 11 feet high. So you've got this taper to the wire. So depending on where they drive through the alley, they're going to catch it. So I just wanted to remind the council that those were things that were discussed in previous council meetings regarding one of the reasons, besides the being able to monitor the illicit dumping, for why we wanted to move to curbside pickup.
and I know we talked about you folks bringing back a study in regards to the conditions of the alleys and which ones are really bad and which ones are not, because I know that we have a lot of newer alleys and alleys that are very well maintained that don't have a problem. So that was a study you were supposed to bring back.
So, Madam Council Member, we have that. The city engineer has created a map that shows red being the worst, right down through orange, yellow to green being the best. We can absolutely publish that to council so that you can have that map.
Yeah, and I would add to that, thank you, Director Hahn. The fact that they're well-maintained and newer, still doesn't mean that they were designed to support the weight of garbage trucks like what we have now. And, you know, I think I know I've shared with council previously that the transition from alley pickup to curbside pickup was also a discussion that or a request that was made by a previous hauler. The reason that we didn't implement it with Waste Management was because we were in the middle of an RFP process, but there were several instances where that was raised as a concern by Waste Management. You know, they had trucks going into the alley and having to back up out of the alley because there was no sufficient turn radius. And so they were concerned about safety and them potentially hitting, anybody that may have been in the alley that the truck drivers just couldn't see. So I remember having that conversation, and I know there's somebody from Waste Management in the audience tonight. And that was a conversation we had multiple times. And my preference was to wait until we finished the RFP process, and that was when that transition happened. But it's, I've heard several citizens say tonight that this wasn't an issue with our previous haulers, but it absolutely was an issue that was discussed.
Anybody
That
else with
was-
a comment? Council, are you done?
One, I have
Councilmember?
a question for Mid Valley. I understood and I heard that he said that Kingsburg had they had an extra fee in regards to their pickup.
It's part of their rate, yeah. It's a
Can
higher
you tell
fee
us
than-
what
it's a higher
normal,
fee than-
just a
I think
rough.
it's around $2 or $3 a home.
Okay, $2 or $3. And, I thank you for that. One of the things that, I don't want to, kick the dead horse, but we've been having this discussion prior to our Public Works Director being here, that our CIPs are really, really, really in need of reviews. Part of our structure, you drive in Selma and you hit the little bump, right? You hit a little bump in the road and you say, oh, just a little bump. No, it's our infrastructure is leaking. And it's seeping down and it's making our road go down. We have lots of roads like that. But that also goes with our alleys. So, it's not a matter of, we have this issue here, but at the same time, I think we have a bigger issue. Where are we gonna put it as an importance item on our CIP list? Where are we gonna factor in the amounts of money? And I'm not here to create any issues, but actually the issue is our issue, city council. We have to find out where we're gonna put the CIP and where we're gonna actually factor it. Is it gonna become a year, this next year? Are we gonna factor it in our budgets? We can clean these alleyways, or what are we gonna do? We have monies that we said. So I'd rather take it away from them and turn it to us and say, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna implement it into our budget? Because one, PG&E does have lowered lines. Two, we do have impacts. I worked 24 years with concrete company. Our trucks will demolish a road. I can only imagine what these trucks are gonna do with the weight. So I more caution our council to say that we need to put this on our forefront budget than, I understand the rhetoric, but what it really means is our infrastructure is not ready. Our infrastructure is not ready for the alleyways. But I understand the importance of some of our residents that need it. And it's not the most popular thing to be doing, but we need to actually set it in our budget so we could start taking care of the issue. And that's all I gotta say.
And we are, Councilmember Trujillo. We currently have a project that's under design right now that's close to being wrapped up for our first alley rehab. And it's not just rebuilding the structural section and the asphalt. There's drainage issues that we're dealing with. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on with the alleys. So another reason why it's imperative that we focus on what needs to happen to get the alleys repaired and what's best long-term for the life expectancy of that surface.
Any other council comments this time?
Yes, but I just wanted to make sure that Councilmember Guerra was done with her comments.
I'm fine.
Okay, so I heard a couple of things. One, it's very concerning that, the previous, that the bills were not being billed accurately. So those are all things that, are concerning, that bills weren't being charged accurately. Also, I heard from the audience that about this SB 1383 or the recycle and all of this, when did that come into play? There's information on all the flyers that Mid-Valley produced. Also, if you go to the Cal Recycle, their website, it says, do the regulations require single-family residents and multifamily complexes to subscribe to organic collection and recycle both green waste and food waste beginning January 1, 2022? And the answer is yes. The regulation requires jurisdictions to provide organic waste collection services to all single-family and multifamily residents of all sizes and businesses that generate organic waste beginning January 1, 2022. There's more information on here, but I'm not going to get into it. One of the things is I know that I actually participated in a webinar with Cal Recycle when I was doing procurement. And as soon as I went through that procurement class or that training, my a light bulb or my mind was just going, wait, I'm in property management. What is this going to do to my property management properties, basically? What is this going to be, how are my residents going to be able to, how are we going to roll this out, basically? So I had conversations with the previous waste hauler, and I said, when are we getting education on this? When are we getting education on this? This was initially passed in 2016, I believe. The SB 13 actually was passed in September of 2016. So this has been ongoing. We are supposed to be in compliance by 2025. If we're not, then we're gonna, there's gonna be fines, both the city and that's gonna have to be rolled out to the residents and everyone, basically. So the information is there. I love the What Goes Where Wednesdays because it really, helps me to know what goes where, and it helps me to recycle better. So I encourage everyone to look at that. If you don't have Facebook or if you don't have social media, try and find a way to get that information. But the education is being produced, it's being, rolled out very a lot more than I expected. Like I said, I had asked about this a couple of years ago when I had, heard about this and we were going to be in non-compliance. Again, I thought multifamily, how is that going to work out for families to be able to do what they have to do? A lot of it is we have to police ourselves, basically. And if we're not, I have my trash in the front and I've had it since I lived in my house for over 20 years. And, like my son has one job, take out the trash and bring it back in. As soon as on Fridays, take out the trash, roll back the can. That's basically like, one of his many jobs. But it's just one of those things. We have to police ourselves and make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do. But as far as education and all of that, this has been in the works for many, many years. It's not something that's new. I know it's new to our citizens here because, again, we were not educated before. We were not having this this educational information that could have prepared us for the last 2-3 years. We haven't had that. And so whether it was, somebody else's job to do it, whatever it was, we weren't being educated. Again, I really thank you for taking the time, the 60 days. And I know it's a continuation. I know that it's a process that it's going to continue because, there's a lot of moving parts. I love the conversations about getting the alleyways where we're supposed to have them. One of the things that was mentioned about the vehicles, and I believe this was part of the RFP as well, is that they, again, because the state of California mandates it, you have to have that compressed gas. You have to have those vehicles. And so, of course, it does create a 12 to 15-inch height on those trucks. I've seen them. I was behind them the other day when I was going to pick up my my grandson, and he lives on the ABC streets. And so, like, I see that, those are heavy, those are compressed gas, and those are going to create that weight. So, again, there's a lot of moving parts for this. Are we going to get to the point where everybody's going to be happy? Probably not, but we can do, little at a time, get those chunks, take a small bite of the apple as much as we can. And, maybe one day we will go back to the alleys, but as of right now, we have to address what we have to address, and so I thank you for taking the time. And again, no one's ever going to be happy at the end of the day. So I thank you and thank you for all of your work. Thanks.
Any other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Okay, with that, we'll bring it to the mayor. That's me. Yeah, alley pickup quarterly, Mid-Valley. Are you guys gonna be doing quarterly pickups in the alley, or is that rolled into the the 2 times a year coupons that the citizens have for trash pickup. I'm getting some questions from citizens about the cleanup days.
If I could take that real quick.
Well, I think the Mid-Valley gentleman is coming up.
So we have a November 23rd, Saturday, scheduled for the large bulky drop-off collection. That will be advertised social media, on our website, throughout the town. And the bulky item that I mentioned earlier on in my presentation, there was 18. They can call in and get, if they have a couch or a dishwasher, they can call in, we'll go pick it up. We have a direct, or you can fill out a form on the website. You could call us, oh, it's free. Yeah, bulky item. Yeah.
So we used to have a couple times a year when we would take the trash somewhere else and drop it like it was a
That's November
schoolyard.
23rd, all right? Yeah, November 23rd.
And the location is,
Michael?
okay,
1325.
Public
yeah.
Works.
We're internally working with staff on the flyer and the language through it, and it's the first one with our company.
And that'll be twice a year, just like before.
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to the twice a year, the bulky items, folks can call
One for
twice,
I
one
think
time a year.
Yeah.
One per calendar year?
Once calendar year. Is it twice? Yeah.
What,
Let me
twice a year? Got it. People are asking, that's why I want to be able to give them the right, information. Thank you. Okay, bulky items. So just getting back to this, I've been going around talking to a lot of folks. I have been going through the alleys, I've been going on the west side, on the east side. And quite frankly, people have had good things to say about your company. They really have. They've said very professional, good stuff. So thank you for that. And I appreciate your coming out in 60 days. That being said, I would like you to apply your professionalism to picking up the trash in the alleys again, because by and large, the folks I'm talking to, they want it in the alleys. And the problem here that we're having is the transition and the way the transition was handled. We didn't see it coming. It just out of the blue, we had to start taking our trash out to the front. And so that, caused a lot of people a lot of questions. It brought a lot of questions and a lot of unease in the community, not just because people don't like change, but because yes, they had to lug that trash out to the front. And yes, I appreciate you taking steps and picking up the trash earlier at 6 a.m. when not as many cars are out, but it still leaves the cans out there, right? It still leaves the cans. People go to work. We're a working community. People are gone by that time, right? We're all going to work. And those cans stay out there all day and they're targets. And that's what I don't like about that, and the trash in the front. And I mean, we can have lots of people talking tough about, the alleys and the CIPs and all that coming in. They don't live here. We live here. We have to deal with this. We got to take our trash out. I mean, I've been taking my trash out to the front as long as Councilman Mendoza Navarro has. And, that's just the way it's been. But I don't have an alley. If I had an alley, I would want to leave the trash in the back there for many reasons. We did some painting this weekend, and the folks were telling us in the alley, hey, they're empty now. They're empty. And you know what happens? People drive back there and park and do bad things back there. And they have darkness to put the graffiti in. So I'd like to see more lights back there. Yes, I get it that there are new laws out there and we do need to comply with those, and we appreciate your help with helping us to comply with Cal Recycle. But I mean, if you look at Kingsburg, they took their recycle out front. They don't take their organic waste in the front, right? So it has nothing to do with 1383.
Because we're not there yet, but again, we did it in 15 because of the state regulation on the contamination in the blue card. It wasn't, the green waste, food waste wasn't even on the state's books yet.
I get it. I get it.
It was just timing.
And we have a contract, and it said nothing about picking up the trash from the front. It said nothing about picking up the trash from the alleys. It just was silent, right? So it's a preference. So that's why the preference that I've seen has been from the residents to keep the trash in the alley. And so tonight, during agenda items, I'm gonna put it back on the agenda. That we want to we want to have our trash picked up from the alleys, and we want to make it council policy to do that. And we want to make sure, of course, that our alleys are in shape enough to handle those vehicles. That's very important. And safe. And I think that's also important, but not one time. Not one time. in the last, oh my gosh, since we opened our business downtown, did we have a truck get stuck in our alley? Never, not one time. And I've never heard of a truck getting stuck in the alley. So maybe it will
I can
in the
tell you
future,
stories.
but let's hope, we don't get there. But at this point, we haven't had a problem with that yet. Understand your loss projections and I'm sensitive to that. But I think what I'd like to do, just as myself, if we get consensus on this, is to see you folks come back in 60 more days and give us another update, because you're new and, you're doing the right things, but I think you need a little more guidance from us, the citizens, on this, because you've had guidance from other areas. And I think you need to listen to us now. And that's why I'd like to put it on the agenda. And it may not work out for right now, but we are a determined lot of citizens of Selma, and we usually get what we want. So we're gonna keep going at this. And again, I thank you for the good job that you're doing. We just have some tweaks that we'd like to make, and one of those tweaks is picking up the trash from the alleys again. So with that, unless we have any other items tonight, do we have a consensus for the good folks from Mid-Valley to come back in 60 days and give us another update on how everything's going?
That would
We
be
have a
under
yes
future
on,
items,
to
right?
my left. Do we have a yes from Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
That would be under future items, not right now.
It's a consensus item. It's just
This item is just information only, but you bring it up during the.
we'll
later on in
bring
the-
that one up during the agenda item as well. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the consideration of an ordinance establishing anti-camping and removal and storage of personal property regulations, introduction and first reading.
That's me. Yeah. Okay. I was like, is someone else getting up? Okay.
Getting up.
My name's Christina DiFilippo. Many of you have not introduced myself, but I'm covering for Miss Crouch while she's out. But I know Miss Crouch was the one that really put the work into this. But what this is it's coming on the heels of the Supreme Court decision from June of this year, the Grant Pass case, and we've got Governor Newsom's executive order that came out the end of July of this year as well. And essentially what this ordinance is mirroring what the city of Fresno has just put into place for an anti-camping ordinance. I'm told that the council wanted to mirror the Fresno City ordinance, and that's what we've done with this, so I can answer any questions on it.
Great. Does council have any questions for our interim city attorney right now? Before we open
Christina,
it
I
up?
do.
Okay.
Now, some of here on the, where it says exceeding 1,000 or imprisonment in the Fresno County Jail or period, or not more than 1 year, or by both, such a fine imprisonment. Now, let me ask you, is that on how many offenses are they talking about?
This is per offense.
Okay. So we're saying, okay, their first offense, this is what they'll be looking at, possibly. But we know more likely it's not going to be their first offense. They're probably going to do it a few times.
Well, the
So-
hope is that's not true, but sure, it's possible.
Okay, so my question is, should we do a tier where we penalize, the tier gets tougher and tougher for each time?
That's definitely an option. And you're looking at the section E of the first
Right.
section? Okay.
And then the other question I have is, I mean, let's face it, if they're unhoused or homeless, they're not gonna be able to pay. Okay, so can we include that they do community service?
In lieu of the jail time or fine? Is that what you're talking about? And we're in
Right.
the same section? Yeah, okay. We can put that in the tiered system of starting
Like
with
a
that.
tier, okay.
But again, this is also criminal side of things, so it's also up to, could be a DA involved at times, so we may not have the power to delineate those certain punishments. But
Well,
that's also.
okay, so that's what I'm asking. If the case becomes where they violated 3 cases for the same issue, at what point, I mean, what is Fresno gonna do? That,
So the way this is written is this is $1,000 fine in addition to the remedies that are set forth in the penal code. So the $1,000 fine is just being by the city, had nothing to do with the penal code yet. That's, so they can have punishment under the penal code, and that's where we don't have any power. We can't say whether or not they'll have additional fines or whether or not they'll have community service or jail time under the penal code.
okay.
But what this is saying is that under our municipal code,
Mhm.
if an individual breaks this municipal code, we can say, we can have the tiered system. The way it is right now, it is an or. So it's $1,000 fine or an imprisonment, up to no more than 1 year, but that seems,
Yeah,
that's
Councilwoman
unlikely.
Carroll, can I go with
Yeah,
what you're
sure.
talking about? Yes, could we make our municipal code have hours of community service versus getting away from the $1,000 fine? Because, I mean, that's gonna become,
They're not gonna pay it.
they're
Let's
not gonna
get
pay,
real.
so can we get can we make them?
I mean, generally municipalities don't, can't regulate community service in the same way as a city, like a penal code or a DA. It's something we can definitely look into as a way to do that. I have not seen that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not possible.
I just say that because at the end of the day, we could have really good teeth into our laws, but if the individual has nothing, and it's just gonna create more bureaucracy, and we're gonna have our attorneys at every courthouse, and we're not gonna get anything out of it. I mean, basically, what we're really looking for is to clean our facades and make sure that the buildings that are being trashed get cleaned up. So, I mean, if there's some way we could end up going to entertaining what Councilwoman Guerra was stating, I mean, that's what we're really looking for, I think, is that we're looking to clean up our buildings and making more of an effect into what the people are doing. It's my own opinion.
If I could just are you done, Councilman? If I could interject my opinion, I think that's, we're all on the right track here. This is better than what we had before. We're getting better. But at the same time, listen to this language. Any individual charged with a violation of this article in lieu of being taken to jail may, at the election of the citing police officer and with the consent of the individual, may be taken to a facility providing social services related to mental health, housing, and or substance abuse treatment. All well and good, but I think many people who are in the throes of drug addiction may not consent to being taken to a substance abuse facility when they know that if they're taken to Fresno County Jail, they'll be cut loose right away if that even ever happens. So I think, this is not just to clean buildings. This is also to help people. We don't just want to tell these people, get out of here, you don't matter to us. There's some good people who've gone the wrong roads in life and they need help to be brought back, and they could be great people. For instance, I was on the road, as I have been, and I talked to somebody who was a drug addict 8 years ago, a meth addict, and completely lost. And I asked him, would you have taken rehab if the, police would have busted you at that time? And he said, no way. All I wanted was my next hit. I had to be forced. And, he found lots of spiritual reawakening in his life, and he found his way back, but he found it through rehab. He didn't find it through jail. He found it through rehab. So in my opinion, I think people need to have that gentle push to get back on the right track. And, asking if folks want to go to rehab rather than them knowing that they're going to get cut loose if anything even happens is a better way of doing it. And I think to Councilmember Guerra's point, a tiered system would allow at least the city to try to ask for diversion or request these folks to enter a substance abuse program, whether they want to or not, after the third. And if they don't go into the substance abuse program, then they have to go to jail and pay the price. So there are some real consequences for that, not to harm them, to help them. At the end of the day, we want to help them, and we want to help our citizens too, who deserve that.
If I can answer that, generally, cities don't have the power to command somebody to go to a rehabilitation program. That's gonna have to come from the court system of some kind. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure how we can really put that into the ordinance in a tier. Other than saying you're being, taken, charge will be filed, the DA will take care of it, and hopefully the court system will send you to a rehab center. So I don't see how we can add that into the tiered, because this is a consent. We're saying, would you like to go? We'll take you there, and they have to say yes or no. And I understand that they may say no, but if they say yes, they go. If they say no, the city can't force them to do that. And so, I mean, you can suggest it, I suppose, but that's
It
about
just
as
seems
far
like
as you
that's
could
where
go.
we need to get, and why this state is so far gone, so far wrong right now. There's not enough rehabilitative treatment like this for folks who are not dangerous or violent, but are just on the wrong path and who have addiction issues and are making lives miserable around. And I talk to people who say, I recognize about 3 or 4 of the homeless now. I don't recognize the other ones. They're coming here because they're attracted here, because people are dropping them here, right? So we need to become a city that is not like that. We don't want people to come here and think that you can do your thing on the streets without any consequences. It's not fair to individuals. It's not fair to businesses. And so this is a first step in the direction by actually making these laws meaningful. Yes, homelessness is not a crime, but as people have said, defecation, shouting, going into businesses and not leaving, clogging up the libraries when kids and families could be using those libraries, that should be a crime. And we need to make sure that we know that there's zero tolerance. We need to be a zero tolerance, and we need to be a zero tolerance city for drug houses, because this is another place where people get their drugs, and then we need to stop that and stop allowing that and get tough again, like we did in the past. People like talk about how bad the past was, but we did have undercover people going in and buying illicit drugs and busting and stopping these people. And when we have our agenda items tonight, I'm going to be requesting that about drug houses. Again, a tougher ordinance, just like we're talking about at our next agenda item. So I think the best we can do with the guidance of our legal experts here, I think we need to make this ordinance as strong as possible for not only the betterment of our citizens and our businesses, but the folks themselves who really do need to get on the right path in life. Any other comments before we open it up to the public? Okay, we'll open it up to the public now. Does anybody have any comments about this anti-camping ordinance? Anybody want to weigh in? We take a break after this? Okay.
Jim Avalo, 1701, Dinuba. You guys are on the right path. You're going according in life, according to plan. You want to help people, but also you want to help your community, and you want to help your business people, and you want to help your fellow man. We have to address issues in our community that you need to address. You can't throw your problem to the next town next to you, or throw it vice versa. So we have to address these issues as a whole, every city. Work together and address these issues so we can address these problems that we have on the streets as far as homeless encampment and all this. But once again, you have to put more teeth into the system so it gives law enforcement the opportunity to how would I say it, to address these issues in our society. And if we just pat them on the hand and let them go, our officers are catching them on a daily basis, and in less than 30 minutes, they're back on the streets. That's, and the poor officers making a report, if I'm not mistaken, over 30 minutes on these reports. That's one individual. So if he has 3 or 4 individuals, that's a long part of the day doing reports. I'd rather have my officers having more teeth on the street, on the criminals, to drug houses and all these activities to shut it down. But also these people that are addicted to drugs, we need to get them off the street as well. But this is the right path, guys. You're in the right direction. The reason why I say that, I manage a shop, so I deal with these people on a daily basis. It's not a question as who they are. I know who they are. I see the same group over here at Lincoln Park, you know. I don't see them in the shopping center no more, but I've given them an opportunity in life to change their life, and I still reach out to them. I don't, I don't kick them to the curb completely, because I know they have issues in life. But keep trying, but also we got to put more teeth into the system. If you don't do it, it's going to get worse, not only for our society, but for our kids, our generation to come. So, thank you very much.
Anybody else with a comment at this time? Do we have anybody online? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment? Question?
As a reminder to the caller online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to be sure I understand what we're doing here. So my understanding is that section E, you want us to look at and see if we can put some sort of tiered system in? Is that what I'm hearing from all the council, or?
With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does council have any direction for, in terms of making a motion to put in, Councilmember Guerra, do you have a motion to make for, to put in the tiered system of the penalties?
I would say if we can make the tier system and toughen each tier, because like I'm saying, individuals will probably commit the crime more than once, more than twice, probably more than 3 times. So at some point, there has to be where we say, that's why I'm asking, what is Fresno's?
This is exactly Fresno's.
Okay.
So, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I guess my question was, so as part of that tier, you want to make it a progressively more stricter penalty or more harsher penalty, is what I'm understanding. But that doesn't involve jail time.
Well, if it involves jail time, it's gonna have to involve jail time. I mean, they're
Okay.
breaking the law.
So, and so the alternative, but you're building up to jail time, right? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, I just want to make sure that we're toughening our laws so that way our police force has the right to follow these protocols and without having any issues. So before there was an issue, now there shouldn't be an issue if we're tightening up our laws.
Okay.
I mean, it's tight. I think this is the most stringent that it can be. By making it tiered, I would argue that you're making it less stringent by allowing for additional tiers for, if the first one is a $100 fine and the second one is a $500 fine and the third one they go to jail. If that's what you're suggesting, that's what I understood from your previous comment. So if
Okay.
that's not what you're suggesting, maybe not those exact tiers, but something like that.
I think the idea is to get the folks who repeatedly offend this into mandatory rehab, as opposed to being at the discretion of the officer and with the consent of the individual to get to the mandatory treatment of folks who otherwise would not go into treatment. Is that just not a reality in California
Well, it
right now?
assumes
That's what
that
I'm hearing.
it assumes that everybody's doing drugs that's homeless on the street, right? And I think we've heard from folks who serve the homeless population here in Selma that it's actually not the case that every homeless person is on drugs. Some of it is a lifestyle choice. Some of it is, they just couldn't afford. There's unhoused children as well. Are we going to assume that they need to go to a rehab facility as well?
Right.
I think there's a lot of gray areas there that having a mandatory rehab, requirement is just not applicable, and it's difficult for us to enforce.
It's
And I didn't
also-
mean to imply that, and that was not what I said or implied. Let me be very clear. There should be drug testing before anybody is asked or compelled to go to rehab. My point is that the folks who need it, who have tested positive for heavy drugs in their system, would be compelled to go to rehab or face the fines or face jail. It doesn't sound like that is a reality in this state, and we're hearing, lots of comments to that effect. So if this is the best we're gonna do right now, then I am good with this for right now. It's better than it's been, with nothing happen and people saying homelessness is not a crime, and having more, more rights for people who are breaking the laws out there than the folks who don't break the laws. I think we've had it in this state. The people who pay the bills here, pay the taxes, and we wanted things to change. And so this is one of the elements that change. So I'm good with this as a starting point. Is there a motion?
Well, before we make a motion, I didn't have a chance to weigh in, and I chose not to weigh in until the end, until I listened to everyone's comments. And the reason is I had a very hard time reading this ordinance, only because I really had to take the Hauser side of me out of the equation and really think about this as a whole, right? So what is the end goal of this ordinance? Is to keep our streets safe. I absolutely 100% agree that we need to keep our streets safe. But the issues that I have is that this is very stringent. It's coming from Fresno that has actually done things and has had things in place for at least the last 4 years. I had a really good conversation with Council Member Miguel Arias because I asked him, how did you come up with this ordinance? How did you determine? Because again, me being a Hauser, it was really hard to read this because again, we're criminalizing someone because they don't have a home. They don't have a home. This is exactly what we're doing. It's because it says no person may sit, lie, sleep, or camp on a public place at any time. That is a crime, is what it's saying, right? That's camping. And so I get it. We don't want to be seeing individuals that could potentially be causing crimes, in our public places. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree. However, it was really hard for me to sit and read an ordinance because we're taking something from Fresno that has already had they have a lot of resources out in Fresno. They're limited, but they have more resources in Selma. Where are we going to send the individuals that we're wanting to get drug tested and all of that, which actually you can't do that because that's, everyone has a right. Like, I'm gonna go ask somebody to drug test everyone here because I think that, they're sitting at a park and so I'm gonna have you drug tested now before, you get sent off to jail. Like, that's just not okay. But statistical information is that there's 1.2 million adults that are living in California with serious mental health issues. So that's one aspect of why people are homeless. Out of that, 1 in 13 children have serious emotional disturbances. Again, the individuals may be homeless because of their children, because they may not be able, they're getting kicked out of their homes because of multiple lease violations. So we have to really look, again, generally at this. A lot of the programs that are out there are housing first models, which means that in order for them to get housing, they don't have to get drug tested. They don't have to get into a treatment program. They don't have to do any of those services. But one of the critical things is that, again, housing is a critical part of the healthcare, of their healthcare, their mental health. So how do we get that? Is we help them get housing. We're not going to sit here and criminalize them because they're sitting in a park because they don't have anywhere else to live or anywhere else to go. So I absolutely, again, I get what we're saying as far as the safety component of it, but we're not even trying to help anybody. We're trying to ship them off to another city, which with these laws, I've seen people, I drive every day up and down the 99. I've seen people walking from Fresno to Madera, and I'm sure they're walking farther than that. But because of these cities that are imposing these types of laws, which what I'm hearing is that, yeah, let them leave. However, what's going to happen is that cities might start imposing that they're going to be taxing them or they're going to be fining these cities where people are leaving because of these anti-ordinance. We're not, I mean, we need to create a solution, not just be like, oh yeah, let's just throw them in jail. Let's just charge them $1,000. Let's have them, drug tests. Like, we need to be, yes, hard on our rules. However, maybe we need to, partner up with some of our resources that we have here to work with them, and really, get them, the help that they need. The other thing is that, storing their items for 60 days and then disposing of their items if they don't pick them up in 60 days. That's their livelihood on their back. I mean, these, again, do we need them? Absolutely. But I think that these are just a little bit tough, that we're again, criminalizing people because they don't have anywhere to live. If they're if they're committing a crime, fine. They need to be, arrested. But because a person is sitting in a public place at any time, they can be arrested and they can be thrown in jail, or they have $1,000 fine. So that's just my take on that. But I mean, I'd like to look at maybe defining what it means as far as, sitting in a park. And I know that there is language in here that talks about, not using the facility for what it's intended, which is absolutely fine. But it just kind of like leaves that a little bit too broad for me. But again, I try to read this not as a houser, but, in a safety aspect. But yeah, we can't make people go to rehab centers. We can't make people get drug tested. We can't make people do that. I think we need to find also solutions to be able to get them housed. And we don't have anything in Selma to be able to help them do that. So, I mean, that's just basically, I didn't have anything else to add. I just think that as far as like, again, a person sitting in a park could get arrested.
I just want to piggyback on something that Navarro mentioned in regards to the housing. Well, speaking to our supervisor, Board of Supervisors, Fresno converted 3 huge motels, into what they call small apartments, transitional housing. To this day, do you know there's a third of those apartments that are empty because people will not go into a hotel? They refuse to. And that same council member that she mentioned, well, the other council member was on Fresno saying we're no longer going to be enablers. They're going to have to be reformed. And we have to get tougher. The laws have to get tougher. Now, if someone's sitting at the park, I think she took it a little too far. Anyone could go sit at the park, anybody. What they're saying is if you're camping there, if you're sitting there, if you're living there, making a home, like we have someone living at Brettlinger right now, and I get complaints on that all the time, which is going to be one of my comments, but we're talking about it now. That person's camping out there every night. He's got a tent, still there. So enough is enough. I mean, if we don't start putting our foot down and start getting these people reformed, it's going to be a huge mess. And that means they're forced to go into a program. They're forced to go into transitional housing, and maybe that's what they need. It's not, oh, we're just not feeling sorry. Everybody's feeling sorry. We're all feeling sorry for people, but enough is enough, because for the taxpayers, the people that are paying property taxes, businesses, they're suffering. They don't like it. They don't like getting their property stolen. They've worked hard for it. Businesses are losing business because they got homeless living right in front of their properties. And people don't want to go into their business if they're sitting there. So we have to do something. And I think that's what we're doing today. I don't think any of us don't feel sorry. We're all feeling sorry. But we have to do the same thing Fresno's doing. And we're not the only city. Everybody's going down and doing the same thing now. So it has to happen.
I agree. Councilmember Trio?
Yeah, go ahead. You can, I'll go after.
My question on this one is $1,000. You know, how many homeless people have $1,000, you know? So you can charge of that, but you probably never get it. So that's to me is not very feasible either, even, you know, any amount of money, they won't, otherwise they wouldn't be homeless, right? So that's my question on that one.
So the point is, if they don't have the money,
Well,
they
I
can't
mean,
pay, then there's a
yeah,
warrant out for
okay.
them and they keep getting picked up and then they figure out this is not the place to be breaking
Right.
the law.
No, I'm not saying don't, you know, not breaking law, but charging, you know, a fee that they don't pay basically is just extra work for keeping track. And you're right, you know, maybe offer some of the, you know, agencies that can come in. But I think before we can do that, you need to get some agencies ready to do it.
Well, I mean, we got one in the mall coming in, Crestwood's coming in North Selma. So I mean, that's a mental health facility where people can be taken with beds and it's locked at night. So I mean, that's an important first step for treatment rather than just incarceration. No one wants to spend a whole bunch of money and just to put people in jail. That never works. But to get them treatment, the problem right now, as we're all seeing, is how to get folks to go to treatment when they don't want to go to treatment. And I think we're hearing from people who just say, oh, it's okay. They could just do that then, you know, just go ahead. Go ahead and smoke your meth in public. Do your thing, litter your location, make it awful for people. Look at Fresno. I mean, they finally said, look at Councilman Carbasi. He said you can't, and with, I mean, you know, with bilateral support on the council, people can't go into the stores anymore and just loiter there and make things miserable and then say, you can't kick me out because you're discriminating against me if you kick me out of your store. Because people are going in there and hanging out. Again, you know, nobody wants to be the heavy on this one. People want people to get better, but you have to start somewhere. And we're on the wrong track right now. This is a starting point. Is it perfect? Probably not, but at least it's a starting point where we can make a difference for the better, for the benefit of our citizens. As long as our PD enforces this, we've got a fighting chance of lowering the incidence of homelessness in Selma with this ordinance, in my opinion. Councilman Trio?
Yeah, I just, you know, I have to think back when we owned the restaurant and my wife would go there at 4 or 5 in the morning and we'd have to remove a homeless that was sitting behind the restaurant. And right now I have an individual across the street at my office and he's got a nice little tent and every now and then he undresses in front of everybody. So, you know, I have to be sympathetic to my staff and to my businesses that I've gone through all this, but at the same time, I hear that we need this here. I see it, but I would like to, and this is a good start. This is a good start, but I would like to add, I see that we end on, you know, the F where it says the city shall adhere to the state law, but if we can add, you know, G and H and if we could get our staff to go and talk to the Delphina, the other people that are out and here in our community that really have a sense of these homeless, because at the end of the day, I mean, there's some people that I've seen that are homeless that, you know, I mean, I've seen them when they were very young, but at the same time, I have to be compassionate because I also own a business I also own multiple businesses downtown that I see the effects where people really get affected. And at the same time, we have to be humble with the people that are going through this, but where's the medium? And the medium is that we do have to have laws that will protect our police officers, our public works, our people to be able to do things that are positive. But at the same time, I would like for our staff to go back and look for agencies that are in Selma and see what they can provide and maybe add that and incorporate that into this policy. If we would entertain that, I would be for it because, but I don't want to mislead this. I don't want anybody thinking that we don't need this. We need this. I've been, number one, I've been experiencing this since 2012. And there's not going to be a good way to say you can't sit there and I want to go back to these parks where they go sit there. I'm not saying that they're not homeless, but we don't know if they're gonna have needles, and what of our kids that are playing soccer? So, and at my restaurant, or is it okay for my people that work, walk across the street or just look across the railroad tracks and see a man undressing? Those are not things that are normal. So but also that individual that's hurting and that has, he's on drugs and he can't, or maybe he just doesn't have a way out. If we can reach out to people or agencies that are in Selma that can, if we can add that to this ordinance, it would be a great tool. This is the beginning. If we can get it all together and get multi-agencies to get factored in here, maybe it'd work out. And that's what I'm actually looking at. I don't want to just say, this is it, this is gonna be it. We do need it, but we need to add some compassion to it.
So here's the thing, Councilman, could I,
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
ca-
Yeah, is there-
we've
is there a
got,
question?
Pastor, Delfina Vasquez, whose heart, she's for the homeless. She's from Reedley, yet she comes to Selma, and this is her place of calling. And she serves food to the homeless like every day of the week, right? In a way, that's beautiful. That's a great thing to serve food to the homeless. In a way, it's harming us because she's attracting homeless to our town. Like I said before, a lot of the people tell me they don't even know them anymore because they're coming to our town because they're attracted by events like this, by services like this.
I use Delfina as an example, but what I'm actually saying is that we can add this ordinance and add some facilities that are here. There are agencies in Selma that do bridge homeless people or do work with agencies. If we can use this and add some of those agencies that are in Selma that can work towards, and we can navigate it together, I would be for that too. We can show that we are trying to.
Because here's what we got. I have a resident who emails me pretty frequently about their situation. And she said I could share this, but they have a homeless person that's not a homeless person, but a person who's very well known to most residents of Selma downtown, who causes a lot of problems. His family doesn't know what to do with him, so he sleeps in the driveway, and he's a serious drug user. Probably a lot of us know what I'm talking about. And finally, they got young kids, so they call the cops, the Selma PD, and the Selma PD comes out and goes, "We know about this person. This person grew up here. We get called multiple times. There's nothing we can do. And why did you move to Selma? We don't want that. I mean, we pay their salary. I mean, we need to refocus our perspective on Selma that we're zero tolerance for this. We want to help, but we want people to be proud that they moved to Selma. We don't want people to come here and make fun of our citizens like, you're so stupid being here because, you're the homeless capital of Fresno County. No, we don't want to be that. We want to be the caring capital of Fresno County, and we want to have a good environment where people come here and want to move here. And we want to promote that. And I was very disappointed to hear that. And I think, a lot of this just leads to static and nothing, to hear about, oh, we have to worry about them and, what they're doing. And I get that. And their personal property, if your personal property is so important to you, you keep it on you and you take it with you. I mean, people keep it 60 days and it's not reclaimed. It's probably not that important in the first place, or somebody's moved on. So I think the city has no obligation to keep it beyond that. So I again think this is an ordinance that's good in the first step. We do need services to help the folks who are homeless, not all of whom are drug addicts, but a significant percentage of the population is. And we also need to set the right note that we're not going to tolerate drug sales in our town and drug houses. And we're not going to tolerate camping like in Brentlinger, where PD just drives by Brentlinger, where there's someone camping out there without saying anything. I hope we pass this so that PD does stop there and says politely, this is not a place for you to camp every day. So is there a motion on this? Is there a motion to adopt this ordinance?
This
I'll
is
make
the
a
first
motion.
reading, so we would waive
Okay.
the first reading and bring it back.
Bring
Okay.
it back to, okay.
Okay. I'll second that. Did you make a motion, Councilman?
Yes.
I'll second that. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
'em. 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 '
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes, but I'd like to just apologize the fact that I just actually noticed that it does include the social service on there. So, yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes.
Okay, great. With that, it passes, and we'll take a 5-minute break and be back. Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion. Okay. All right, we're back in session with item 3, which is overview of the abatement process for 2259 Alton Street. Report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have before you a staff report of the abatement efforts for the address of 2259 Alton Street here in Selma. The home at 2259 Alton Street has been an ongoing code enforcement case in which city staff has progressed through the administrative citation process and recently obtained an abatement warrant from the Fresno County Superior Court. So I'm gonna just go ahead and highlight the Selma municipal code that references the maintenance of property, which is Muni Code 8-7-5 of our city ordinance. All property within the city shall be maintained in accordance with the following minimum standards. Subsection A states no dangerous building or structure shall be kept upon any property. And subsection B, no abandoned buildings, partially destroyed or partially constructed or uncompleted buildings after building permits have been expired shall be kept upon any property. And I'm just gonna highlight those subsections because this goes hand in hand with the staff report that you have before you. I won't go over the entire staff report. I'll just give the highlights. So just a brief history, the residents this residence, 2259 Alton Street, actually caught fire back in December of 2021. After the fire occurred and destroyed the property was boarded up and a chain link fence was placed around the said property, which is protocol usually by the fire department for safety reasons. Because the building was it was dangerous. It was dangerous to occupy. After a few months after the fire, the property was considered abandoned. So at that time, the property was being looked into by the prior code enforcement staff who are no longer employed with the city. It should be pointed out that the chain link fence that was around the property was eventually removed at one point, so access can be permitted for property maintenance and landscaping to help maintain that property, which those efforts were conducted by the prior code enforcement officers with the property management at that time. With that being said, from what I understand, is some of the residents were pleased with some of the efforts, at least because of some of the landscaping was being kept up to par, so it didn't look in disarray. So we just fast forward to February 26th of 2024. A courtesy letter was sent to the owner for multiple violations, which include health and safety violations, just like we mentioned earlier. After this letter was sent, there was no response from the parties responsible for this property. And fast forward again, on March 11th of this year, a second courtesy notice was sent by certified mail to the owner, and there was also no response after the second request. And in between this time, between this date, March 11th, and April 12th, there was a lot of other things going on administratively with the city addressing this matter. Following a third inspection, code enforcement contacted the city attorney to request an abatement warrant due to the homeowner being unresponsive to the courtesy notices. And on August 23rd, a petition abatement warrant was filed with the Fresno County Superior Court, and a warrant was eventually signed by a Fresno County judge on August 29th for demolishment of the property. On September 12th, the property was posted by the city building inspector, basically indicating that the that the said property was going to be demolished within 30 days of the original posting, which was September 12th. So this is basically the appeal process for the owner's last attempt to remedy the violation on their own. And right now, we're just kind of at a standstill. Today's September 16th, so this was just posted on September 12th. If there is no response from the posted sign, the demolishment of the property can commence, which by law, we have to wait for 30 days before any commencement of a demolishment can occur. Right now, at this time, code enforcement is waiting for companies to submit bids for demolition of the property. And that's the end of the staff report. And if you have any questions, be free to answer them.
Oh, Commander, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So when they demolish, let's just say that you guys have to do it, or the city has to do it, that charge will go on to the landowner, right? Because now it's only going to be land. Or how do you get that back? Don't they put a lien on the property?
Yes, Madam Guerra. After there is no response from the property owner, after that time has lapsed, the city goes out for bid, and we will contract with a company that appears to be reasonable and that can meet those standards, and then the bill is attached to the tax roll.
Well, and I would say, thank you, Commander. Before that occurs, we would attempt to procure the cost of the demolition first directly from the property owner. As mentioned in the staff report, the lien is really our last resort to recover the funds if no other collection efforts are successful. And that's really because a lien only gets paid off if the property is sold, because it goes on the title, and, you know, before the escrow closes on a purchase transaction, they have to clear that lien. But we don't know when that would happen, right? So it could be a while before we recover the funds. That's why we make sure that we try to collect the funds through other avenues first.
Okay, so what's the process there? I mean, are we looking, is it a 30-day, not 60-day, 90-day? Because what we're saying is, are we going to go through a whole process again and that property stay the same for another year, 2 years, you know? We're not getting anywhere.
Oh, you mean after it's demolished? Or,
The process of demolishing it. Okay,
Yeah.
once,
so the process of demolishing it can occur after 30 days, as Commander mentioned. After 30, it's already been posted, so there's an appeal period, because we have to give the property owner due process rights. And then once we receive the bids, so what staff did was we made sure that the bidding process was concurrent with that 30-day period. So once that 30 days is over, we have a contractor lined up to go in there and demolish them, assuming that there's no appeal by the property owner. So that can occur as early as 30 days from September 12th. After it's demolished, we'll likely have you know, issues collecting the funds that the city expended. In addition, we'll probably have issues with weed abatements after the fact. And so those are all things that will continue to be, you know, addressed with through our normal nuisance abatement process and weed abatements. But these liens are eventually going to add up for this property, and will eventually have to be cleared if the property changes hands.
You know, I have a couple of questions, but at the same time, I have some comments. You know, this process started a while back, right? It's been a, you know, an eyesore, and I know that a lot of residents are, you know, are coming in saying, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? What are you specifically doing? And what I was hoping is to get a breakdown of how you guys administer this abatement process, because it is a process, right?
It is.
We have to deal with people's rights, how they function and how they go through the municipality of what they got. And this time, the question I have is this time frame. How can we get to a point where we can redefine this time frame? Can we, I guess, can we redefine this to get to a point where we can expedite it even more quickly? And you said a key word, no longer working for the city of Selma, which employees are no longer working for the city of Selma to pick this up at the very beginning.
That's
Correct? Okay, so, but my bigger concern is, one, we need to make sure that we get this information out to our community, because our community, sometimes the first thing they're gonna say is, well, what's Councilman X doing about his district because it's burned, and, you know, and they don't understand the rights of an individual have when they have a dilapidated building or whatever it is. And number two is, so at the end of the day, this is gonna impact our general fund, our budget. So I would like to take it a step further and ask, you know, what are the remedies we could do to expedite it and make sure that we can get it in a good, precise time frame? Use this as an example and say, hey, you know what, this is not, we don't want to go through this no more. We don't want to have it, or tell me that, Councilman Trujillo, there's X, Y, and Z that you have to go through with the municipal policies. Or was this proper, the question I have is, was this proper time frame an allowable proper time frame so we can make sure that the city's adhering for the betterment of our community, to make sure that we don't have this dilapidated building and our residents know that our city staff is working 100% diligently for this, right? And if we did miss some timeframes, let's get to a point where we can get this down, ironed down. I know you have a lot of answers.
So if I may respond, in the case of full transparency, I think that with regards to this property itself, there were a lot of hindrances that delayed the remedy to this property. One of probably our biggest hindrance is just staffing, finding good staffing that was willing to start a process and fulfill that process and carry it all the way across the goal line. I can tell you that we've hired 2 phenomenal code enforcement officers that are extremely diligent, and they're actively out working to beautify our community. So much kudos to them. Also, Cesar Luna with the fire department had a big role in taking this. He was out on light duty, so he kind of took on this role in dealing with this property. That also helped because we had somebody that could just completely kind of focus on this one property. But through this property, we learned the process. We've learned how to be efficient with it. And with code enforcement, our new building inspector, the fire department, all on the same page, all rowing the same direction. I think that we're going to see these properties remedied much sooner and much more efficiently in the future.
Thank you. That's what I was wanting to hear. Thank you.
And then I have a quick question, because I know that in this process, it looks like the original owner had passed away, and so then it went into the next of kin who was managing the property. So do we have in the procedures, or can we add in the procedures, is to look at the title as soon as, you know, as soon as something happens, is look at the title, look, you know, to make sure that the person is not deceased, so that maybe it doesn't take this long for us to, because I'm thinking that that ended up taking some time as well, because we didn't learn of that until later in the process.
Again, we're going to look at all those factors. There's certain things, if there is a property owner attached and he is viable and he's in communication with us, that could delay the process, because if he says he comes in and pulls permits, you know, that could delay the process. So there's a lot of variables that could extend that time or shorten that time. So it just depends on each situation.
Just to add to that, council member, you know, our records come from the county's property records, and often if somebody passes away, the county is not notified right away, and then there's sometimes a probate process if they're in the case of, you know, no will left behind, and so there's next of kin who are trying to figure out who's going to own it, and so that I've seen that take years, and so it's really, it's up, like the chief said, it's up to us to really do our research and diligence outside of the normal processes to figure out, you know, who to contact with that.
And so this is why I requested the ordinance change for next week or next 2 weeks, which the city manager said we were gonna have on the agenda for the next council meeting, which is to change this ordinance. That buildings that are left vacant, whether the owner is alive or dead, if the property is not hooked up, it doesn't have utilities, it's boarded up for 12 months, 12 continuous months, whether they contact the city or not with a sob story, it goes down, it gets demolished. Enough of these buildings that are just a scourge and they don't we talk about how we want to beautify Selma. Let's start here with these buildings that are just eyesores and homeless magnets and drug house magnets.
I think we're getting off the topic of this particular abatement.
So I requested that agenda item for the next council meeting, and I think that's when, the way it relates to this city attorney is that this is a microcosm of the abatement process and hopefully a learning experience that will inform the next the ordinance change, allowing our great folks in our city to enforce the ordinance sooner so that we don't have all this delay that we had with all this appeal and all this other stuff, this mumbo jumbo, so that we can make sure that our city's beautified and we keep it that way for the rest of us. So let's pour people on Alton and their land values. Anyway, I look forward to that agenda item. I thank you for the summary, and I thank you, Councilman Trujillo, for requesting this agenda item. I look forward to the next one. Do we have any comment from the public tonight on this item?
Kelly Garrett, 2145 Cypress. I don't know if I can speak on this, but I live on Cypress and Logan, and there are squatters that have been there for 2 years. A lady passed away like over 6 years ago, and the house just sat. Well, all of a sudden we saw electricity in the home, and homeless people and squatters have been going in and out selling drugs. And I know code enforcement has been out there, police have been out there many times for fighting and all kinds of stuff. They would even start fires in the front, where I've had to call the fire department. So from what I understand, there is no family members left. And so I don't know how that works in regards to getting them out of that home, because I guess what I was told by code enforcement a while back, that as long as they had electricity in their name, and yet they had no proof to show that they had a rental agreement from anybody, that there wasn't much they could do at that point. But that's already been a year. A lot of us have called and complained, but nothing has ever happened. So I don't know what we could do in regards to that. And I'm worried now because at the end of my block, a family member that they passed away, I guess they did that. I don't know if it's a reverse mortgage or something like that, where that house is sitting empty now too. And I'm afraid once squatters will see that nothing's going on there, that they're gonna move in there. So I don't know what the process is in regards to getting the people out on Cypress and Logan, and then possibly, because I guess the bank that was listed on the window, the post isn't there anymore, so we don't know who to contact. So that was just my question.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, quick question. In terms of recouping the cost of the city and doing the demo work, can the city declare eminent domain on that property and sell it as a piece of land? Has that been done? Is it
It's a whole
legal? Is
new process, but I mean,
that a possibility for the city to collect its demo?
you have to be using it for some sort of public purpose. You'd have to fall in line with all the requirements of eminent domain, but I mean, I guess it's possible if you can come up with a public purpose that falls under.
Great.
Yes.
And it sounds like that's kind of a loophole that the speaker just mentioned. Maybe we could bring that up at the next council meeting when that ordinance change comes up. Thank you. Any other comment from the public on this item?
Oh, no, who I am. I think this is very positive because I know the Barons have been here year after year after year after year. So for them to have to do that is very sad. This is going to be positive and have people come and get things going, and absolutely going to make our our city look better. You know, there's a lot of people that don't live here, and let me tell you, where they live, they don't have a lot of this going on. They have it taken care of. So we're gonna be right there with them. And people's property values will start increasing because of that. They won't have to be near a lot of these horrible places. And, you know, it's just going to be so positive for them. But it has been heartbreaking to have to see them come year after year after year after year, and absolutely nothing gets done. So very, very positive. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could elaborate on my answer, now that I've thought about it for just a second more of the eminent domain. There's a long list of requirements, one of them being you'd have to get, appraisal, and you'd have to be paying the property owner for the piece of property. And then, so just keep that in mind, that it's a long process. It wouldn't be a simple one,
Got it. Thank you. But an option nonetheless.
potentially.
Thanks. Okay, anybody online or on the phone? The question?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we can add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 4, graffiti abatement process presentation and consideration of a resolution establishing a $2,500 graffiti abatement revolving loan fund.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, citizens of the public. This is kind of a two-part presentation that we're giving. I'm going to give you a staff report, and then that'll be followed up with a small PowerPoint presentation from code enforcement regarding the matter. So the matter before you is we're looking for consideration of a resolution to establish a revolving loan fund for the graffiti abatement of $2,500. This is a topic that was brought to city staff at the August 19th council meeting, and so we have moved through that process. So the discussion here is how will we create a revolving fund for citizens who are going through a hardship that cannot afford to buy the materials to abate the graffiti, because the current ordinance says that that is the homeowner's responsibility. So I've gone through and I've done some research on basically what kind of paint is used for wood fences, cement wall fences, block fences. There's different coverages for all of that material. What I came to the conclusion of is that basically 400 square feet is what a gallon of paint will cover. 400 square feet. That's, if you think 10 feet tall, there's not fences that are 10 feet tall. Most fences are 5 to 6 feet. So you're looking at about 40 to 80 feet of fence, depending. The wood does take a little more coverage, more paint because of the absorbency of it. Long story short is that for about $150, it is more than enough funds to go and procure a couple gallons of paint that go for about $30 to $35 a gallon, depending on if you're getting cement wall or wood wall finish. And also the rollers and the roller frames so that you can actually apply the paint. What we've come up with is the opportunity for citizen proof of citizenship, proof of residency in Selma. I'm sorry about that. Proof of residency in Selma.
Everybody's attention with that one.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that. I apologize. So proof of residency in Selma would be the key factor to that. It's the opportunity for a citizen to come in and borrow you can borrow up to $300 depending on how much wall you have to paint over. And $0 to $150, we figured a 3-month payment plan that gives you plenty of time to pay back the $50 a month. $300, if you borrow up to that amount, will give you up to 6 months to repay that. No interest involved in that. But what we got to was working with the city manager, kind of brainstorming through this is, what if you have a citizen that actually has the funds today? They got paid, they can go out and buy the paint, but next week their rent's due or car payments due. And because they had to procure that material, now they aren't going to be able to cover that bill. So in talking with the city manager through this, we thought, well, if you come in and you produce the receipt, and you have to be the person that purchased the material, produce a receipt, we can still loan you the money to pay you back for what you paid on that receipt for the material. And depending on if it's under 150 or over 150, that will dictate the terms of the payment, either 3 months to repay it or 6 months to repay it. So that's kind of the basic, like the foundation of how we were thinking through this whole thing. One thing is that I'm gonna have to work with the city attorney. There's gonna have to be a legal form that'll have to be signed, by the guarantor to repay the funds. So there's still other pieces of this that we need to work through to get it actually implemented. But I felt that the basis of this program was a good starting point, good foundation. We can add all kinds of little jewels to it, but I think that basically to abate the graffiti, I think that the money between $150 and $300 is more than enough to cover it. And I think that that would be a good place to start with citizens being able to abate that.
Great, absolutely.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council again. You have the privilege to hear me again. So bear with me. I promise it's gonna be a short presentation. What I'm gonna do tonight is I'm going to discuss the graffiti abatement process as it relates to code enforcement, how code enforcement responds. Just to echo what Chief Alcaraz indicated earlier, we have two phenomenal code enforcement officers who work under our umbrella at the police department. They work in the same building, Sagjit Samra and Alexander Heredia. And actually, Alexander is here in the audience. And a fun fact is Sagjit Samra is actually a Selma native, born and raised in Selma. So we're proud to have a Selma native here working at our department. And he cares about beautifying the city, just like Alex does. And our code enforcement officers work Monday through Saturday, and they enforce city ordinance violations to help beautify the city of Selma. And so I will tell you, I spoke with Sam. I call him Sam. I spoke with him on Saturday to check up on him, and he told me that he was very, very busy with yard sales, and he did say that a lot of the residents here in Selma are in compliance, and he just stops by, says hi, just to make sure they have that permit, and they're good to go. And so that's what we want. That's the whole purpose of him working on a Saturday, and he's able to help our patrol officers that come across any code enforcement violation. Like I said earlier, we're going to go over the graffiti abatement process. We're going to go over private properties. We'll talk a little bit about courtesy notices, code enforcement officers, how we create the work orders, and how they create a code enforcement case. And obviously there's a follow-up inspections that also goes into this. So why should graffiti be removed? Well, permitting or allowing graffiti to remain on your property is a public nuisance. It's kind of reminding you of the broken window theory, right? Where there's one broken window, then that means it's accepted, and then you have another broken window, then you have another one, then you have another one. So I like to use that example in regards to this. So graffiti not only makes residential neighborhoods and businesses look unattractive, it affects property values and sales and the community's image. Ignoring graffiti gives a mistaken impression that it is acceptable and only invites more. It'll take the awareness, support, and participation of all of us to combat the increasing problem of graffiti. I'm not going to read that section, but that's the property owner responsibility, because I guess I got to get bigger, larger lenses for that. But I will highlight some of that. So the Selma Muni Code is 6-21-6, and it covers removal of the graffiti. So property owner responsibility, it is unlawful for any person who is the owner of or in possession and control of real property or who is otherwise primarily responsible for control of the property, repair, or maintenance of property in the city of Selma. So basically what the section says is that the property owner or the individual managing the property has 72 hours to abate the graffiti. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is usually the process. The process it starts with the call for service, either self-initiated, meaning a police officer or a code enforcement officer observes the graffiti, and then we put in a call for service. We also receive calls for service through our online reporting system, which we've had for about 18 months, and that system just works phenomenal. We do receive a lot of online tips in regards to graffiti in the city, so we're able to respond and react to that abatement. And there's an open gov process. I won't really talk about that. That's more of an internal. There is an external, but our code enforcement officers, that's a software that we use internally. And or the public can call into dispatch as well and report either graffiti to their property or property in general. Property that's owned by Caltrans, property that is located in the city. For example, the underpass that you have over at McCall 99 or Rosen 99. Those will sometimes get what we use the slang term get tagged, get graffiti with spray paint, which is a majority of our graffiti in those areas. And so community actually does call us and we'll go out there, we'll take a report, and then we'll put in a call for service with our code enforcement officers. Just kind of want to add to this, like I did highlight this earlier. Some PD officers also notify code enforcement when graffiti is encountered during their patrol duties or responding to a call for service of graffiti. I will tell you that if graffiti is encountered by a patrol officer during night shift, that is indicated in our end of watch report, and we monitor that closely. And if there is graffiti observed, that incident is immediately reported to code enforcement so they can start the graffiti abatement process, which we'll go over. So public versus private, public property, parks, buildings, light posts, stop signs, anything within the public that the city owns, that city-owned property, we contact Public Works. We have a good collaboration with Mike and his team, and that graffiti usually gets taken down within 24 hours, and it's easier to remove property from or graffiti from city property just because we are the owners of that property. Private property, it includes fences, homes, other structures, utility boxes that are on property. And I did mention this earlier, you have state property, which is Caltrans, and this also includes other entities like Cal Water, AT&T, and other properties that are here in the city. Now, I know we do have, like I said earlier, with Caltrans, we have an agreement with Caltrans that we don't have to call them for permission. We can just go over to where the graffiti's at and paint over it, and which is predominantly under the overpasses. And I believe Public Works also has paint to match that. Is that correct, Director On? All right. So here's how the process works. Code enforcement responds to the location after there's a call for service entered. Code enforcement has, they actually have these mini devices which they have internet service, so they can remotely search for homeowner information or the individual responsible for the property. And code enforcement will open a report in OpenGov and basically start a case. Now, I will tell you that In 99% of the cases, code enforcement does make an effort to contact the homeowner, to knock on the door, and to just make that face-to-face contact. We want to make that extra step just so we can make sure, one, the homeowner is aware of the graffiti, because they may not be aware of the graffiti that's in their property. Just like, you know, if you have an alleyway, you may not know for a couple days that there's graffiti on your garage. When I had an alleyway at my house, I only went out there once a week just to take out the trash. So you may not see that right away. And then a courtesy notice is issued by mail. But like I said, if the homeowner is at the residence or the person responsible, the code enforcement officer will personally issue the courtesy notice to the homeowner. And just keep in mind that the code, the Selma menu code does indicate that the homeowner has 72 hours. We have a lot, and here's a sample of a courtesy notice. Thank you, Rena. But we have many residents here in Selma that are hardworking, and we understand that. So we like to use spirit of the law, especially when it's graffiti that appeared that night or that morning when they woke up. And we know that many residents here in Selma go to work. Many work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And it's hard for you to go to a hardware store because you got to work. Now you have this other issue that you have to deal with. And it's just one of the responsibilities of being a homeowner. You have to manage your property. It's like having car insurance. You get in a car wreck. I get it. It's inconvenient. You got to you got to go get a quote. You got to get a rental car. You got to do all these things. So it's frustrating, and we understand that. But we communicate with the homeowner, and we're trying to make this right. So sometimes we will give them 10 days. As long as we have that communication, we will work with them. If they have medical issues or if they're in a financial crunch, we are willing to help them. As long as we have that communication. But if we don't have any communication, we send that letter, we get no knock at the door, then that's when the city ordinance really comes into play as far as what we can do as a city. So I will tell you, since January 2024 to current, code enforcement has done an amazing job. 95 calls for service related to graffiti abatement, related to private property in OpenGov. I point to Alex because he's the one that generates these cases, and 100% compliant. Residents have complied with this. Doesn't mean they take care of the issue within 72 hours, because we get it. I think I mean, it's sometimes we've worked with homeowners for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It just really depends on the situation. And that's the end of my short, brief presentation. And if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer any of those questions in regards to the abatement process.
Question, Commander Garza, if it's a tenant in a house and there's an owner of the house, does that letter go to the owner of the house or the tenant?
It goes to the owner.
Okay.
The owner is responsible for that residence.
Got it. Any other questions for Commander Garza?
Just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, it goes to both tenant and owner. So it would go to the tenant and to the property owner.
At the same location?
Yes.
It's in both names?
No,
The letter's in both
we
names?
would make sure the property owner and the tenant, if we can get a hold of the tenant, that they were advised, and the property owner as well.
And they're both advised by letter, or is it
Correct.
something left at the property itself?
Correct. By letter or the courtesy notice.
At the addresses of record for both, is that correct?
It's just dependent because the property owner may not live at the property. So if you live somewhere else, let's say in San Francisco, a letter would go to San Francisco, if that's the property owner's address of record, and then a letter would go to the property, where if that's in the city of Selma.
Got it. Thank you.
Good example.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions for Commander Garza? Or Code Officer Aredian?
Okay, so I'll bring this back to council at this time. And in this program, I just wanted to elaborate on a couple of things. This is a hardship program for people to be able to borrow money from a revolving loan fund. If by chance somebody comes in and borrows money that's having a hardship, and their terms say are 30 or 60 days or 90 days rather, excuse me, to pay back the 150 or less, and they come in and they're still experiencing a hardship, the city will work with those people to come up with new repayment terms. But in the case that we run into a citizen that is refusing to repay the money, at that point, then the city will go through the proper lien process according to the confines of the law to actually place a lien on the property to recover the money. So that is the process that we will go through if we have a citizen that's refusing to pay the funds.
Director, is that very different from the property owner who refuses to abate the nuisance themselves and the city has to come in and take care of it? I'm assuming they would be billed for the value of the materials applied and the cost of the time for the public works employees to abate?
It would go through the same abatement process. Yes, that is correct.
In the same billing process?
That is correct.
Thank you.
This money will be allocated, of course, through the city finance department with oversight from Public Works for the loan of the money to the citizen. So my recommendation at this time is you've seen code enforcement's graffiti presentation. My recommendation is to approve a resolution establishing the fund for $2,500 for the citizen graffiti removal revolving loan fund and allow staff to create the specific terms as stated herein.
I'll make a motion.
Hold on. Let's have a little more discussion
Questions?
before we move forward. Do we have any questions from the public on this issue? Come on up, sir.
What I would like to see, well, you know who I am, Santiago Segura. What I would like to see is more help for the people that are low income and the people that are disabled and live, day to day. I think those people should be allowed to get help and not have to repay that money. I mean, we have a young lady that we helped this weekend and we painted not only her wall, but another wall. And her wall took almost 5 gallons of paint. So when we're saying $150, it's gonna take more than that. 5 gallons of paint, I think it was 186 because we had to buy more because we did adjacent fences. So, and if you're gonna put a lien on somebody's home for $150, that's to me, it's a little, ridiculous to tell you the truth. If that's the case, then we'd be more than happy to help people. All they gotta do is call us. We'll put money in our own pocket, paint their fences, make Selma beautiful. And, cause come on, you're gonna put a lien on a person's house that don't even have the money to buy the paint. And because they can't pay $150, you're gonna put a lien on their house it's gonna cost more for the lawyer to do the job for you. It's gonna cost more than $150 for God's sake. Sometimes we gotta think outside the box and say, you know what? We gotta do what's best for the citizens, not what's best for Selma. This is a punishment thing, it's not a helping thing. That's how I look at it, but of course, I'm a politician and I'm running for District 4, and I'm just looking at which seat I'm gonna have. See you guys after November.
Other comments at this time?
Kelly Guerra, 2145 Cypress Street. I was the one that they helped, everybody helped this Saturday. I spoke with Sam and emailed him as well, code enforcement, CC Mayor Scott Robertson, Sarah Guerra, council member. I was given 3 days to fix my fence. I did not receive the letter till the day before it was due. Same as neighbors told, I told Sam I was disabled on fixed income, that I could not get it done in time or pay for paint. I was so stressed out, Sam said he could check into possibly giving me more time. Sent me a copy of Selma Ordinance when we first talked about city does not cover graffiti on its own responsibility. Sam informed me of extension of hardship for 15 days more for me, still not enough time to pay for paint. I would need at least 2 months to save since I'm on a fixed income. That's all the city could do. The paint to cover my alley fence would have cost over $300 for mine alone, not including for someone to paint it. Sam did say I could go to Ace for discount, but it couldn't tell me how much the discount would be. Thank God for Mayor Scott Santiago Esguerra and Jim Avalos, who came out along with others to help paint it along with others for free. They care about the citizens of Selma. These are the people who we want to re-elect for mayor and city council. My neighbors didn't want to get fined, so they covered it with any paint they had. It looks terrible, and they did that before they left the morning. They came back and they were hit again with graffiti. I can't afford to repaint over and over. This, I believe, comes to the garbage not being in the alley. So now kids and gang members are tagging because alley is not being used. I think we need more time on the courtesy notice, like at least 2 weeks. Thank you once again, Scott Santiago, and for Jim Avalos for helping cover my fence and the neighbors, the other 3. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I think at the end of the day, it's always how we can't help the people. I think, you know, it's just time on how to help the people that are just struggling, having a hard time. And I guarantee you $160,000 that was voted by 3 of you for some, you know, chairs and tables, $160,000, $160,000, okay, for some tables and chairs. There's money. There's going to be money we're going to be able to allocate. We could go in with Selma Healthcare District. There's other facilities we could do. We could get waivers. We could get the schools involved. Hopefully they get votes who want to collaborate with the city of Selma and not have a 3-2 vote because they don't want to connect and be team players and work together. We need to start getting these kids to start getting community service, help paint with us. We'd be more than happy to be people to be out whenever we need to with some of these kids and get community service, just like we used to do the shelter. I had a person text me, their daughter needed some community service. And I said, well, call the shelter. They said they don't do that. And I just think, wow, here, you know, we just need these kids involved with some work ethic. And I think some of these kids that get in trouble in middle school, like we used to do the second chance animal shelter and bring them in at 7 o'clock at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. on Saturdays, you know. There's ways to get this done. One thing I will say that the paint that Home Depot, I'm still not too sure where the paint came from, but it's I guess from Home Depot that they put together and they give away. If that was a really nice color, that gray made that alley look amazing. So I mean, that whole alley looks brand new. Of course, they got in more. You know, we had Brian, we had Jim. They were pulling all the weeds while we were waiting for 2 more gallons that were donated. That whole alley looks nice. You know, those citizens were very grateful. We got to know who they were. We talked with them. We chat with them. We made it a paint party early in the morning. It was positive. It was a way for us citizens to help each other, not on how we can't. So thank you to everybody who came out Saturday. We'll continue to do it if we have to. We are here for our people. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment?
Perez, my address 2335 Park Street. Santiago, I just met you this evening and I thought that was a very nice thing that you guys did. If you're willing to get a group
Lori,
of people, I'm willing to join and to help out paint graffiti. I mean, if I'm gonna pay $350 for paint, I would do that myself, go buy it, but there is people who can't afford it. And I think we should help those who can't afford it. And I'm willing to pitch in, or Home Depot wants to donate, I'm willing to go out there and help work. That's all I had to say, but I
Ms.
think
Perez.
that's a good thing.
Brian Ceballos, Selma resident. Well, yeah, we came out here this week for Cali, just wanted to give back, get more involved with the community. It spreads a positive message. So I don't understand why the rest of the council can't do that, I believe she's in Trujillo's district, you know, I'm just a regular citizen, like, I'm not even running, and I just decided to go out there 7 o'clock in the morning, just give back, help out any way we could. So Kelly, you're welcome. I hope you're happy. It looks really nice, really beautiful. Again, back to District 4, the Barrio, we've gone out there, we've seen graffiti. There's multiple homes that get graffitied all the time, and it's not fair to the citizens because it's not even their fault. Why should they have to pay the price for somebody else's damage? So like he said, like Santiago said, $150, it's not enough. If one person gets tagged, maybe it is enough, and if multiple homes gets tagged, we just need to work as a team. That's what we're here for. That's what Selma's about. Not, oh, let's just find the citizen, find the owner. That's not solving the issue. It's come down to the point where it's just money, 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 money. Why can't we extend the code enforcement, timeline, maybe give them 2 weeks, maybe a month to people that are disabled, people that, the elderly, they're calling me is really hard right now. The money doesn't come easy. So I'm pretty sure they would appreciate that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
anybody else?
Jim Avila, 1701. I'll be honest with you guys, I guess about 3 weeks ago, I come up here and talked about the dog on Nebraska that was graffiti. And the public works said their pressure washer was down and they got it fixed and they took care of it. But sometimes you have to be, especially when the territories, when gang activities marking their territory, you have to be very proactive and putting a stop to it real quickly. Because if you don't do it, they're going to continue and they're going to create a habit in our neighborhood. And they're going to tell our young kids it's okay to be part of the gangs and stuff like this, what they're doing. They're enticing. Got to put a stop to it real quickly. So you got to be proactive within 24 hours or less. No past 48 hours. You got to be proactive in shutting this thing down. And also it sends a message to the people that are doing it. They're gonna keep coming back. Don't worry, we're gonna get you sooner or later. If we gotta put up cameras, surveillance, whatever, we'll get you. But the idea is be proactive in stopping it very fast. And because this is our community. If you don't take care of your backyard, who else is gonna take care of it? You know what I mean? We're all gonna work together and take care of it. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Anybody online or on the phone like to make a comment about this topic?
Hi, caller. May I have your name, please?
Yes, my name is Erlinda Martinez. I have a question. Does the city of Selma own a sandblaster? And have they considered using the sandblaster to take some of the graffiti off? Also, have they invested in, I think there's a certain kind of spray can that dilutes some of the paint if it's not like in a large area? And then also another additional question is, when you do catch a person that's doing graffiti, has the city set up some sort of fine for restitution towards the amount of supplies that it's going to take to fix the problem? I'm just wondering.
So to answer your first question, caller, the city does have a mobile sandblaster, and that was a previous method for removing graffiti. However, over a period of time, the sandblasting started to deteriorate the structural integrity of the wall. It started eating away at the block. So the dog park's a good example. If you go over there and look, you can actually see on the back wall where the block has been eaten away from years of sandblasting. So currently, going to your second part, we do use a chemical that is applied to the graffiti. It sits for about 20 minutes and then we scrub it, and we have a pressure washer that we actually wash the material off of the block. So that is the way that we currently remove the graffiti.
How about the third question? When you do catch a person that's actually, you know, the one that actually made the problem, a person that did the graffiti, how is it that the city is getting some sort of fine from this person, from this individual? I'm assuming some of them might be maybe just teenagers and getting the fine from the parents. Do we have anything currently in the city that we ask as a restitution for the expense in that particular area where it's been graffitied upon? Do we have anything?
Mr. Mayor and member of the council, that would be set up through the probation department, and it'd be court ordered by the judge once the conviction is come upon.
Got it. Thank you.
There isn't a way that the city could pass, just the way that we're planning to pass something for the homeless or the people that are, taking over certain land or places. There's nothing we could do that we could find, because we find the residents for many other things, but yet, we can't find the parents to pay back for the expense that their child or that individual committed. At a point, I see that we are actually putting all of this burden on a
Thank you for your call,
citizen.
ma'am. Appreciate it. Really good ideas.
you.
Thank you. Any other callers with a question or comment?
Hi, caller ending in 657. Your line is open. As a reminder, please use *6 to unmute your line. Thank you.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Yes, this is Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I was calling in because I'm listening to what everyone's saying regards to, graffiti, tagging. And I just want to say that there's going to be a fee, if my understanding, if they don't, paint that, the owner does not paint that time, there's going to be a fee. And I don't know how much that fee is. I don't know if it was mentioned. I didn't hear it. But that's my first question, was how much. And then second was this fee, this is an additional fee to the owner. And this wasn't that owner's fault to do, to have that graffiti there, as well as the junk. So it's just fees for things that the owner has to take care of because of somebody else's actions. So therefore, with that being said, instead, I was thinking that why can't the paint be in the budget? There's right now, isn't there money from the financial director that has not been hired? Can't that money go towards paint? I know not all of it's going to go to, we don't need that much paint, but where's that money? It's just sitting there. Why don't we get some of that money and invest it into paint and help out those citizens, that the seniors that are on a budget, the seniors that, people that get disability, they can't afford this. So can't they allocate that in there some way, somehow? That's just a question that I would, want to find out if they can do that for those citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional callers? That will bring the matter back to council. We've heard some great comments tonight, great dialogue. Bring it back to council. I think we had the beginnings of a motion. I didn't have a chance to weigh in.
I have a quick question. She mentioned a minor. What if they're not a minor? What happens to them?
They would be taken to either jail or cited out, depending on the situation. And either way, any restitution would come through the court system, through probation.
So they'll get arrested, take to probably Fresno County. Okay.
So for me, this is an issue. It all ties together tonight, what we're talking about, doesn't it? The house that's boarded up, ugly, not taken care of. We got homeless issues here. We're gonna fine them $1,000 that they can't pay. The money itself, I don't think is the material part. I think the important part is getting the graffiti removed and having a zero tolerance for graffiti and having it around, not just for those who apply to graffiti, but for once that graffiti appears. From what I understand, the sooner you take it off, the less likely the folks are who tagged it are to come back. And also it would help to have building codes that mandate the type of coloring that is hard to tag. So I think we can all work together on this. I think this is a good start. This is what we want, but I don't think it's enough. I think in this case, you know, this is where our citizens are not to blame for having something happen, and they shouldn't have to chip in. How many times have we heard about people who get mattresses or wash machines dumped in their alley, and then they have to pay the cost to get rid of it? But we're making strides on that. As you heard, Mid-Valley, they're going to come through and they're going to do pickups. So that's one way of helping to solve that problem with routine pickups, or at least quarterly. Another way on this one, I think, for our good citizens, and I'm an insurance agent, so vandalism's covered as a covered peril under the building, but usually your deductible's pretty high. And secondly, who wants to make a homeowner's claim these days? Because you could lose your insurance. So I don't see that as being an issue. And all of this is leading towards me thinking, and I would like to make a motion for a $25,000 graffiti abatement revolving loan fund. And I really think that we could take some of that money that we had for the speakers that we've been promised for downtown for several years and never had. Let's take some of the money from the speakers, because we're not getting those anytime soon. Let's put it into something that we can use this year, which is graffiti abatement to help our citizens who can't do this themselves. We got great people in Public Works. They can help them. They can help them with the paint. And finally, my last item on this, I think, is if the homeowners can't do it themselves, then Public Works ought to go out and do it. Because we have great people in Public Works. They ought to go out and cover up the graffiti for us citizens on private property, not just public property. So those are kind of the items that I would like to see, because I think this would show a lot of pride. It would show a lot of help on the city's part towards homeowners and renters. And we could work out the details, maybe once a year, you get the paint. Once a year, if you can't do it yourself, Public Works comes out and does it. But I really think that we can do more than this. This is, again, a good start, but I think we can do more. So I would make a motion to increase the graffiti abatement revolving loan fund to $25,000. And I would say everybody gets repaint the first time for their fence, for the damage, and to show what they've done, so they don't just come in and get 10 gallons, but you got to show what you used it for. And finally, if you can't, if you're disabled, if you're elderly, Public Works will come out and do it for you. And they'll do it within 30 days or 45 days as their schedule permits. And that's my motion tonight. My amended motion.
Okay, I'll second it.
Is there, okay, call the roll, please.
We didn't have discussion.
Okay, there's a
last-
first and second on the floor, so we can have discussion.
there's multiple things there. The last part of your motion would have to be an ordinance change. So if you're wanting to change the ordinance to include, because right now the ordinance says that the property owner pays for it, is responsible for it. So if you want to have caveats for elderly or veterans or whatever else, that would need to be added to the ordinance.
Great. So I'll bring that up in agenda changes and deletions to change the ordinance. I appreciate that. So then I would be making, my motion would be to increase the fund to 25,000 for the graffiti abatement and to make the paint free for the first time. And then I'll make the other motion, or I'll bring the other part up during agenda items. And we have a first and a second. Is there discussion on this?
So the motion you made, my understanding is that it would still be a loan program is what you said.
No?
That's what I heard him say.
No.
That it was a loan program.
You heard incorrectly. The first time would be
I can watch the video.
a part. The first time, I watch them all. The first time would be, not a loan. It would be something that the homeowner or the renter gets from the city. The taxpayer, I should say, gets from the city. And then after that, if they're still repeatedly tagged, then it would be a loan process and a loan program. So that 25,000 is not just a bank to be repaid, but it's also a source of funds for the resident of Selma to collect.
So you're essentially wanting to establish a grant for graffiti removal? A grant program?
I would call it a hybrid, city manager.
Okay,
Well,
and then,
I would call it a source of funds.
We would have to do an analysis as to whether or not that's a gift of public funds, a proper gift of public funds.
So can we do it as a grant?
That would need to be established. Right now, it's not established as a grant. Right
Yeah.
now, the way the resolution is worded is that it's a loan. So if we want to completely change the resolution, it would have to come back
Okay.
as a completely
Advice.
different situation.
Okay.
well, and then the source of that $25,000, are you proposing to reallocate it from a currently budgeted item? What were you considering for that source?
I think what I brought up earlier was that the money could be reallocated from the downtown speaker program to put speakers in downtown because it hasn't happened.
So
So
we're
take money
eliminating
from
the
there.
speakers from the budget and we're reallocating the funds, or your proposal is to reallocate the funds from the speakers. Okay, and so with regard to the hybrid program that you're proposing, Mayor, what are the caveats that you have in mind in terms of qualifying for the grant program and then qualifying for the loan program? Are there specific requirements that you're proposing? And then additionally, I just kind of thinking off the top of my head, if Public Works is sent out, is the cost of the time and materials and resources being allocated out of that same revolving loan fund or grant program that you're proposing?
Great questions. That would be something for staff to look into as we have been told by the city attorney tonight. This is not something we can modify as a motion tonight, but it sounds like it has merit. And so it would need to be looked into further, but I don't know right now if Public Works goes out and has to abate something if their time is included in the bill to the homeowner. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But
looking
this
for
is something that paid staff could research in the future before this motion comes back, if in fact it passes tonight.
Could we make a motion to table this item so we could take all the information the mayor, the city manager, yourself have reviewed
Yes.
and come back to us with a hybrid loan grant program? Just so we can, I mean, I'm under I was in agreement with, we talked about it 3-4 weeks ago, right? And it was for a loan, it was discussing it. We got some analysis from the Public Works Director. So I would be in favor of tabling this and having staff come back with whatever discussions were had right now, because we went all over the place. But if we can get to a point where
we can get some feedback and we can know that it's, you know, public funds versus grants versus where we're at. I would love that so we can make a decision. If we could, if that's
Yeah.
okay with Mr. Mayor and. it's
Well,
okay
the
with you.
original direction was, I think the mayor proposed a $2,500 amount. And so that was why we brought it. And so, I think 2,500 is small enough that it would help a lot of people and, but not make it a significant impact to the general fund. But I think we can look at other alternatives as well, to maybe minimize the impact to the general fund and also help as many people as possible but also, you look at the administrative costs of managing such a program, that could well exceed, the cost of the program itself, what we're lending out. So I think that's going to be kind of a timely, or a time-consuming thing that we can certainly bring back. I just would ask for.
Would it be
time.
would it be good to table this and get all the information, the feedback that was discussed, and then come back to us so we can have that information? That's okay, Mr. Mayor, and that's okay, you guys? We can.
No, let's do it right.
Well,
Absolutely.
I'm just wondering, you mentioned, well, if there's an issue under the underpass, which is Caltrans' responsibility, but you have the right, like you stated, we can go and clean it up ourselves. We don't need Caltrans' permission. So who's cleaning it up? Isn't it Public Works?
Actually, you do need permission from Caltrans because it's in their right of way. And Caltrans actually supplies us with their bridge paint. We can't just go buy that at Home Depot. It is a special paint that Caltrans paints all of their underpasses with. And so we have to get that material from Caltrans.
Okay.
So
So when are they gonna paint the underpass going towards Floral, if you're going towards Walmart?
I've
That black thing has been there for a long time and it just drives me insane.
I've been trying to get Caltrans to give me paint for over 60 days. So I'm working on that.
It's gotta be more like 6 years.
Well, there's areas that we have just recently identified in the last 3 months, and we're trying to get more paint from Caltrans. So we can't just go get gray paint from Home Depot and paint it, because then we're in trouble with Caltrans. So we have to follow Caltrans' lead on that, unfortunately.
Got it. And what makes it not a gift of public funds is it'd be like giving out the sandbags. We're not giving out $300 to the homeowners. We're giving paint, right, to fix something.
All I'm saying is that the analysis would need to be done, which has not been done. That's all
Okay.
I'm saying.
So I would make a motion to table this until we can do further analysis and
I'll second it.
ask for staff to bring it back. Thank you. Call the roll, please, to table this item.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes.
Okay, great. Item 5, designation of voting delegate and consideration of league bylaws amendments for League of California Cities Annual Conference.
Mayor, members of the council, what you have before you is a two-part item. The council will be attending the League of California Cities Annual Conference on October 16th through the 18th in Long Beach. Council must appoint a voting delegate and an alternate for the upcoming conference. As of date, Mayor Robertson, Councilmember Trujillo, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, and Councilmember Guerra will all be attending the conference. So that's the first part. We need to, or council needs to provide a voting delegate and an alternate. The second portion of this item is that council must also provide direction to the delegate and to the alternate on the resolution that seeks equal application to all government officials, including state legislators.
Great, thank you for that. I'm going to this conference, and as the mayor, I volunteer to be the delegate if the council so directs.
I'll second it.
I'll second it. Oh, you second it, Trey? Okay, I'll third it.
And then who would like to be the delegate?
I nominate, Councilmember Guerra.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, call the roll, please. Do we need a roll call or consensus?
A consensus.
Okay, the consensus, are you yes? Okay.
And I just wanted to, on the second part.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% clear. Can we table that part and bring it back to the next council meeting so that we can, let them know what the vote is? Because I
Ab-
didn't get through
Absolutely,
the
we still
whole,
have time.
okay, because I didn't get through the whole,
Packet that's
Mhm.
included in, yes,
Yes.
understood.
Since the recommendation does call for a motion roll call vote, let's keep it clean and do that.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call
Motion to
vote
table.
on the item.
Correct.
Thank you. So we'll call roll for appointing the mayor as a voting delegate and appointing Councilmember Guerra as a delegate. And the motion was made by Mayor Robertson.
Believe so.
That's fine.
And then John seconded.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Okay.
you.
Do you need a motion to table the second item, the second part?
Did you need, sorry, I think the second part is, I nominated, Councilmember Guerra for the alternate.
That was included in that.
That was
motion.
included in that first one?
Included in
Oh, I'm
both.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. And can we have a motion to table the second part?
I make a motion to table it.
Is there
For
a second?
No second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 6, proposed schedule for city council special joint workshop to review the downtown strategic plan public draft document.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This item before you is to schedule a special joint workshop with the Planning Commission and the Downtown Bid to review the draft plan. What is provided for you in the staff report is a breakdown of what Ramey and Associates has done up till now. They have advised us that there are 3 dates that are available for them to come and now provide the public draft for the item. The dates that we are looking at are October 9th, October 10th, and October 14th from 4 to 6 p.m.
Wednesday.
Anybody have a preference?
I could do Wednesday. the ninth.
I can't do Wednesday. I have a standing board meeting that day.
I have SK up on Thursday.
14th is a red day. Was that a holiday?
One mistake.
I can't see.
What's the dates? October 9th, 10th, and 14th.
It's
Are
fine.
you guys
We work.
closed? No?
I can do the 14th.
We don't have council on the 14th. Pretty good with the 14th Monday? Member Guerra?
Okay, I'll put yes for now.
Okay, so the 14th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. With that, we'll go move to future agenda items. Okay. We're going to move on now from the regular business item, no public hearings tonight, to future agenda items. Council requests for future agenda items not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Does any council member have an item or items they would like to request and put to a vote future agenda items tonight?
I'm gonna ask one. I'd like to, I have two, but first I'd like to add, to do the city manager review. And we can get to that point. It's getting close to the end of the year, so we can put that on the agenda.
Yes.
Is there a consensus on that?
Yeah.
Or consensus?
Yes.
Okay.
The next one, I'd like to just if you guys could bear with me, I'd like to, with careful consideration, I'd like to pull back my consent given to the Second Chance Animal Shelter for the certification of an appreciation award. And, I've been in many ways been told to do research and do, acknowledging of what we're reviewing. And in review, I have found that Second Chance Animal Shelter has been suspended from the Secretary of State since October 14th, 2022. from the Attorney General's office.
Councilmember, if you want to put something on the agenda,
Yeah.
just list it. We'll talk about it
Okay,
when it's on the
I want
agenda.
to pull back the consent vote that I had in order to give an appreciation award to the Second Chance Animal Shelter. And I don't want to put that in the agenda yet, but there's a lot of concerns. Thank you.
There consensus on that?
Absolutely not. Just keep kicking them when they're down. And then
No.
you keep accusing them of being sued too, council member, and there's no lawsuit against them by the city, to my knowledge. That's a public record and I looked and it's not there.
Is there a consensus or not? No?
No.
Well, that was
Free to-
consensus for me to pull my consensus. of
Yeah,
it.
it's
So
already
There is or is not?
passed.
It was already a
I didn't hear
consensus.
Councilmember Cho.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to change are you done, council member?
Yes, I'm
Anybody
done.
else?
Thank you, guys. This is the only two.
I'd like to change, okay, I'd like to put on, for a future agenda item, I'd like to copy Fresno's anti-dog breeder ordinance. I think that would help the incidence of strays in our city. And in fact, I talked to somebody last week who bought a poodle from a breeder. They were full of, when she got the breeder home, the dog home for $200, the dog was full of ticks and fleas. And there are lots of dogs there in that house. And they're selling them, making money on that. So I would like to copy, just as we did with the anti-camping ordinance, I would like to copy Fresno's recently passed anti-breeder ordinance. Is there a consensus
Put
on
it on the
this?
agenda? Put it
Yeah,
on the
future
agenda.
agenda item.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So what, can you repeat that again so I can write it down?
It would be to consider copying Fresno's recently passed anti-dog breeder ordinance. Next item, I'd like to ask Mid-Valley to come back in 60 days and give us an update on operations like they came tonight.
Can we do 90? Instead of 60? That gives them a little bit more time.
Yeah, and my question would be specifically, what about operations are you looking to be updated on?
Exactly what they talked about tonight. Pickup, I want to leave it open-ended enough to just get a report on how things are going with Selma trash pickup. Because I suspect that the alley pickup and the curbside pickup will come back as an issue.
I'm in agreement with 90 days. Good, I'm good.
Okay. 90 days. Last item, I think.
Sorry, I didn't hear from the other council members on the consensus on that.
Yep, I said yes.
I heard 3, but I may have misheard.
90 days to bring Mid-Valley back as an update.
90 days?
Mhm. Thank you.
Okay. Another item, ordinance 6-21-6. Was that an ordinance we heard about tonight? I think from Commander Garza. He's gone. Okay. But I'd like to change that and I think we already talked about this. I want to change the ordinance to make graffiti on the walls, on private walls in alleys and other private places, the responsibility potentially of the homeowner, but only after it's happened one time. In other words, right now it's the responsibility of the homeowner. I want to change, I would like for council to be able to discuss that, potentially changing that ordinance in order to enable the paint to be provided. I believe we discussed this earlier. There has to be an ordinance change for Public Works to go out and take care of abating that graffiti. And so I'd like to put that ordinance as a future agenda item to discuss it, to potentially change it.
Quick question, council. Isn't that what we're doing for the item that we tabled? Like because there's more to it than just changing the ordinance. There's other assessments that have to be made.
I think it's part of it.
I thought she asked me.
Oh, pardon me. Got it. I thought you said council, so go ahead.
Other.
The
EL.
other council, COUNSEL, got it.
Was it EL or IL? But my understanding is that it's different. For one, he was saying the $25,000 loan, and then we also have to discuss the ordinance change having to do with the first time being gifted. So it can be
Right.
discussed. I did want to clarify though, did you want to bring back as a discussion item? And then it would go into a resolution ordinance change?
You know, I like an action item.
Okay.
There consensus on that?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes.
I'm not in agreement with it.
Councilmember Trujillo, is that a no or a yes?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Okay, I'm not done. So I have another one. I would like to change the ordinance if that is in fact what is necessary. Council, COUNSEL can advise us. An ordinance shutting down houses that have been cited for drug sales 3 times to be forfeited and become the property of the city.
I would take some further research.
Okay. Because right now, there's really nothing that happens for houses that everybody knows about, sells drugs, nothing. So the city should have those tools, in my opinion, to be able to foreclose on those houses. For those people to forfeit their houses, if drug sales are going on. And it's 3 times, so that the excuse of, I didn't know it was my tenant selling the meth, that would not really be valid after the first or the second time. Is there a consensus on that to change that ordinance?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything positive? All right, well, now we'll move on to departmental report. City manager,
Thank you, council. Nothing to report.
city attorney.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. Administrative services director,
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Director Rockhold, did you want to do anything? Like a report? Thank you. Community services director, Amy Smart.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just 2 things for you today. I would like to invite everyone once again out this Friday to Brettlinger Park at 7:30 p.m. We will be partnering with the Fresno Astronomy Club to bring some fun learning opportunities to our community. There will be telescopes out there, a presentation, lots of learning opportunities. So I hope you guys can join us. Again, it's this Friday at 7:30 p.m. And I do want to also just give a quick shout out to Sammy over at the Arts Center last weekend on the final weekend for Evil Dead. The power went out right as the show was starting, and they were able to get everyone out safely. And in addition to that, they were able to kind of go back and see what they were able to do, and they rescheduled the show for Sunday. So Evil Dead has completed with the majority of the shows sold out, and just kudos to them for taking that power outage and not letting it slow them down. So good job, guys. Thanks. That's all I got.
Point of clarification. Pumpkin Palooza 5K run, not related, 5K run. What's the course for that?
So that will start at the Selma Arts Center, is the starting location, and then it'll kind of weave around into 5K total, and then end somewhere in that area as well.
Roads closed down for that, or sidewalks?
Yes, we are working actually closely with the planning department to figure out the final routes and maps so that we can make it the safe as we possibly can. Obviously with PD's help and fire and all of that.
Aid station, and looks like there's a sign up. It's $30. And
absolutely, it is live.
a waiver
And
of
yep,
liability.
absolutely. All of that is included. Everybody that participates will get a medal and a bib. So it'll be it's a really great opportunity to come out again. There'll be, everybody will be wearing their white shirts. There'll be lots of color chalk thrown at everybody. Again, another great community event that's coming. So we do encourage people to sign up.
No timer chips, nothing.
No,
like
we will
that.
not be timing this event yet. We want to just make this a fun event for everybody that wants to participate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Fire Chief Webster.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last council meeting, the question was brought up about the fire station and what's going on with that. We had intentions of getting the contract on the agenda this evening. However, we weren't able to finalize all the negotiations for that contract, so we hope to see that on the next one.
Thank you. City Clerk, Public Information Officer.
Mayor, council members, members of the public, the Central Valley Training Center's 14th cohort will graduate on Saturday, September 28th at 10 a.m. And that ceremony will take place at the Central Valley Training Warehouse on Park Street. There is a special date and time, and the location has also been updated to accommodate for Assembly Member Carrillo, who is also on the high-speed rail board. I also wanted to update everyone on the road closure. Cal Water is installing a new water main just down the street at Tucker Street and 4th Street starting today, and that will happen through the 21st. Tucker Street will be closed between Orange and Center, and traffic detours are in effect. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, Public Works Director Han.
The only thing I have to report tonight is if everybody's noticed, the stoplight at Floral and Whitson is functioning. So that's all I have to report.
All right. Police Chief Alcaraz, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So in front of you, you have the statistics for the month of August 2024. If you have any questions. If not, I wanted to kind of mention some great work that our Patrol Investigations Unit did. They got a tip that there was a subject in our city dealing fentanyl. Our Patrol and Investigations Unit worked together, identified the suspect, and served a search warrant at his residence where we found fentanyl and xylazine. Xylazine is a new chemical that's coming out into the market, which is 100 times more potent than fentanyl. So it's very, very great work. In fact, I believe this is the first time that xylazine was found in a powder form in Fresno County. So the Drug Enforcement Administration works closely with our investigations unit and are working this case actively. So great work to them. Also, I wanted to thank the city manager and the council for their commitment to the professional development of our people. Recently, Sergeant Alejandro Alvarez graduated the Robert Sherman Supervisory and Leadership Institute, which is a huge accomplishment for our personnel. And it's something that all of our sergeants will be attending in the future. Additionally, obviously, I graduated from the FBI's National Academy. This is a prestigious leadership development course where 1% of law enforcement executives are invited to. It's a 10-week course, a very rigorous academia, as well as physical fitness, which I absolutely was not ready for. However, I did finish. I accomplished the Yellow Brick Road, which is 6.1 miles through woods and an obstacle course. And I probably could use an inhaler to finish that course. But I'm extremely happy to have gone through that experience, and I thank you all for your support in getting through that rigorous training. And lastly, just for some clarification, just so that everyone understands, the Crestwood facility that's going on McCall Avenue, that is not a drop-off facility. That's a facility that's going to be mandated that those patients are administered or admitted through the court system. So someone would either have to go through a conservatorship and or deemed that their care was necessary through the court system. So I just want to make sure everyone, it's a very confusing program and facility. So just so everyone understands it is not a drop-off facility. So just that clarification. And lastly, just so, because a lot of our community members were talking about beautification, there's a beautification committee that meets every month, and they go out every month and beautify our city, whether it be picking up trash, helping paint graffiti, and that group meets regularly every month. In fact, they meet at the police department in our community room, and myself and code enforcement sit in that meeting every month. So I just wanted you all to know that forum and that group is out there already. They also have a Facebook group message so that you can contact them on Facebook. And I think Leslie Nelson is heading that group right now. And I think that's all.
Okay. All right, council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes, thank you. First, I would just want to say thank you to staff. Thank you for those lights on Floral and Thompson, because I know I was getting a lot of calls about that. I just have a few things that I attended. I was asked to be a guest speaker at Garfield School for their first grade class to talk about, basically like what is civil service. And so I had to actually look it up so I can make sure that 6-year-olds understood, 6 and 7-year-olds understood what it meant for council. But Mrs. Wante actually did a really good job in explaining to them, kind of preparing them for my visit. And one of the things, couple things that they did is they had 2 students that read opinions to me. They were given a few minutes to public, to do oral communication. And so it was really nice to hear them. And a couple things that they asked for. They asked for dog parks, they asked for a Target, they asked for another Walmart, they asked for Wolf Lodge, water parks, soccer fields, and I think that was it. Yeah, so they want a lot of stuff. But it was really, really neat to sit there and have that conversation with them. I attended the 9/11 firefighters memorial monument unveiling. So it's one of the things I think it's the only thing that we have in California, but for sure I know in the Valley, is in the city of Madera, they have I believe it's called the Constitution Park, where they have a beam from the actual towers, and they made a beautiful memorial in commemoration for the 9/11 victims, especially the firefighters and also the local firefighters who lost their lives that day or have lost their life since then because of all of the different things that they've, the health issues that they've had. I also attended a San Joaquin Valley Affordable Housing Summit. It was breaking down barriers. There was different talks about the tax credit allocation committee was there. They were asking to update some regulations to their, their policy book. Also, I attended a Prop 1 session that was, okay, Prop 1 passed, now what? That has a lot to do with behavioral health and housing individuals with behavioral health. And like I mentioned before, the stats were 1.2 million adults in California are living with some type of serious mental illness. And out of those, one in three children have a serious emotional disturbance. So, when we're talking about, again, housing, we really need to think about who we're housing, and we need to have more resources here in the city of Selma. We did also do, out of that, I'm part of a housing subcommittee for the city of Madera. And we did a tour today of 2 properties that are public supportive housing properties. One of them was transitional youth, so 18 to 24-year-olds or 16 to 20, I think 16 to 24-year-olds. But it's actually an integrated property. So you have families with, or seniors, families, and transitional youth in this property, and it's 100% occupied. And then the other property is also a transitional, or not transitional, but shared mixed housing, I guess you could say, again, families and individuals. And that one is also 100%. One of them is 100% occupied. One of them is by it's off of Shields and Blackstone. It used to be the Arthur toy store, and it also was AJ's Tuxedos. And so they have one building that's black and one building that's white, to kind of commemorate the tuxedos. But yeah, I just had a few things that I attended. And so, we really, again, need to look at housing and breaking those barriers for our housing. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work you guys are doing. Congratulations to the chief of police for your graduation. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Nothing to report.
Mayor Mayor Pro Tem Cho?
Yes, I'd like to thank staff for all your hard work and welcome home, Chief. I did a personal thing this weekend. I was a Dawson at the Kearney Mansion for my Chinese American Museum project. We're there until November, and we were off for a permanent place from the Fresno County Historical Society. They bought the building called the Archive Building, which used to be the Downtown Club. And we'll be moving into that building after November, and hopefully by springtime, we'll be ready to show. So that's pretty exciting for us. We have a car show this weekend, and it'll be downtown, first time. Used to be in the park, but now we're gonna be on the street. So come on and join us. And then right after that, there is a barbecue rib cook-off also. It's gonna be around the park, not in the park. Okay, so come out and join us. Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to that barbecue rib cook-off. It should be really good, a good time this weekend along with the car show sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to ask the city manager, I forgot to ask, any interviews for a finance director this week, city manager? Or I mean, scheduled for this week or last week?
I can send an update to council about personnel matters such as that.
Okay, I'll look for that email. Thank you, city manager. And then in terms of the Schaefer Park, we have an invitation from the Selma Bandits founder and coach Tony Valenzuela. He's invited the police and fire chiefs along with the mayor, myself, to attend a Selma Bandits practice and say some motivational things to the team. And that would be this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. If either of the chiefs or both are available, it'd be very nice to come to Schaefer Park if you're available to speak to the kids. It was an invitation that Coach Valenzuela wanted me to pass on. I attended an SKF meeting, and I was told at the SKF meeting that they are caught up to nearly 100% on all Selma City projects. So that's good news. They hired another engineer, and they're working. Look forward to the partnership and collaboration between SKF and the City of Selma. I attended a meeting of the COG, and looking forward to the subcommittee actually reviewing the next executive director. That's coming up. And in terms of the stoplights, I want to say thank you to Director Hahn. And if you recall, 4 weeks ago, I asked Director Hahn, you got a bunch of politicians here, use us, can we help? And he said anything, can't hurt it. So I did do my thing and went to COG and made my way through the maze. And it is a maze in government. And I want to thank Mandeep Sekon, the construction engineer with the Department of Public Works, Stephen White, the director, Department of Public Works, Fresno County, who have some very good pointed emails that they sent out, as well as Mark Thomas Engineering. They all helped on this. And finally, Robert Phipps, the executive director of the Fresno Council of Governments, who kept this in front of people and then got back gleefully and said, this is going to happen. The lights are going to come back on, and walked me through the board being replaced, the charger, the actual post, and then the card, and then finally the power being turned on to make those lights operative again. So that was a great process and a real win for our city. And it's a lot safer because, as I said earlier, I'm talking to a lot of people, and 1 in every 5 has said what a pain it is at that intersection, that Floral and Whitson intersection with those lights, and very unsafe. So glad that's been solved. And then finally, there's a concept out there of caring court, where these folks who have drug issues, drug addiction issues, do go to court mandated appearances, and they do get conservatorship. The courts actually appoint a conservator for them, and they do end up at mental health facilities. So we're headed in that direction. I think it has to happen, and for California to come back from where it is right now. And we got to focus on what we can do rather than what we can't do. And tonight was a real step forward for our city that will be continuing in the next months. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. We'll see you next time.